All right. Thank you, Father, for discernment. Thank you for discerning the firmament. Thank you for the firmament, and thank you for the celestial markers. So thank you for leaving those celestial signs, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, um, 4,500 feet atop the Great Basin in this in this protected from light pollution location. So if you ever wanted to see the stars, uh, couldn't ask for a better place. I've lived in Alaska, up on on top of the world. I'm on top of the world, and I've also lived out in the middle of the ocean in Hawaii. So no other away from light pollution as well. So to be in the largest dark sky sanctuary is a blessing, and especially if you are celestially, always looking up. This is a place where there are so many stars at night, it drowns out the constellations. They're hard to pick out because there's so many, billions and billions of stars, it seems like. Pretty incredible on some nights how many times I've sat there just in awe. It doesn't get old. It's quite, the Milky Way galaxy goes all the way from one side of the horizon to the other side of the horizon. So, from the northeast all the way to the southwest of the, it just depends because it all spins like a clock. Thank you for the firmament, and thank you for, in the book of Genesis, for times and for seasons, it's a clock, and markers. It tells you where you're at in time. Mile marker 9, mile marker 10, mile marker 11. As you see these signs, you can move through time right here in this space. Oh my gosh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go off about space farce. Don't go off about space farce. What a blessing it is to understand the celestial geometry, to know that we're now in an age, we're in the last book, in that book, and don't know too many people who have any understanding of how that could even be. But the firmament declares the handiwork of the Father, and that's where it's declared, above our heads. Not what man says, but what those time markers up there mark time, like Chronos, Saturn, the time marker, marks time. The reset of the age. Welcome to the new age. To the new age. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't watch television and go after demons, distributed fortunes and lies to people's eyes, and they love to do it in the skies. So tell you about lies. Space. We're flying ships. What? You're flying a ship? I thought ships were in water. Yes, the firmament. So the separation, brothers and sisters, there's those who have the busos, the bathos, and those who lack that bathos or busos. So celestial busos, celestial bathos. So what a beautiful time to understand the geometry, the cycle, the alignment. Here we go again. Here we go again. Same old stuff again. No, we're not. Okay, try not to. Okay, I'm going to try to do a stream with no. Marching down the avenue. All right. So how many more days until we'll be to that alignment, brothers and sisters? 1024, the great Jovian gas pinch This is a beautiful time to be a witness. Not only did we get to witness these celestial markers in the past, decade that have been left for us to be understand. You've had a near decade to watch the time markers celestially above your head mark the time and the day and the season. Every day, it's a new day, correct? Because that Abrizo, where that light comes up, hallelujah, another day. Welcome to the new day. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm not sorry about anything. I apologize. So he said, narrow is the path, Theolobo, have to be pushed down on both sides. And we just happen to be coming into that Theolobo, that magnetic Theolobos. I'll give you the noun, to be pushed down on both sides. The Greek word means to be pushed from both sides. Theolobo. Theolobos, the verb, to be pushed down, pinched, so you can fit to that straight gate. And here we come into that celestial geometry back at the time of Christ. Isn't that beautiful? We're here again. Whoa. They knew it was coming. They already know. But most of the earth, the heavens know, but the earth doesn't know, because the earth is not privileged to information. They don't look up. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. So it's at hand. It's in, but not before there'll be a shaking of the heavens and the earth. Yes, in diverse places, the seas, the people, the waves, sorrows, birthing pains will roar. Hallelujah. Stand up, put that light on a mountain, share it, don't hide it. It's what he said. Be burning bright. Have your lamps trimmed and be girded. And that means you got to be doing it and doing it well. Yeah, you better be. Have those lamps trimmed. Don't be trying to go get oil at the last minute. You'll be, bam, that door. You'll be a foolish virgin, won't you? Speaking to those that are wise, like the Magi. They were wise and they had celestial eyes, and they looked up at the skies for the markers of time. To birth an age and to birth a king. Woo! Imagine being that wise. Prognosko, the Greek word, means to have foreknowledge of. They already knew which gas giant to be watching. Well, there was going to be the birth of a king. Why wouldn't you watch the king star, right? The one that burns the brightest and is out, the longest in the night sky. It's given the name the king, not for no reason. Hallelujah. Melchizedek. Hercolobus, the great destroyer. The Mayans called it Nibiru. People like to call it Planet X, looking outside the solar system, but they don't even know we're in a whole new age and there's nothing outside the firmament. What they're talking about, I don't know. I know what they are. They're pagans. So, hey, I don't know why all this time I never thought about, we had a good live stream. That was a rocking live stream earlier. We had a lot of good gospel in there. People were definitely feeling the word was was moving. I could tell. We had definitely a couple people that were hungry, and we were definitely, the gospel is beautiful. So it was already been declared in 17 of the second coming. So one of those celestial markers that the world has missed. Too bad. So sad. You missed something even that it's hard to even wrap your brain around how that firmament could perform a 40-week trek. Well, no, stand still like a veteran. Bam! At the head of the lion. Remember that same sign that them wise eyes that were looking at the skies were watching. They continued to watch. So there was more than one marker that was left. Yep. Like you said, don't hide that light. and it shined bright, didn't it? Hallelujah. Birthed the king and the orizo, the light. The only way to I am is through that light, through that testament he made. Yep, don't hide it. Well, if you don't go share it and spread it, tell everybody the coming to the news, the good news. Yes, of the king, that light, that birthed not only an age, but a king at the time. Yeah, it birthed a king and it birthed an age. Imagine that. Whoa. Pretty amazing, huh? Imagine to have that to be there at a time again to witness that age. Yep, you missed it. We already had happened. Whoa. We're already in the new age. Already birthed a new age. They like to play with people's minds, tell them verbal voodoo, and they call it the reset. For those that have a little bit of an awakening, but they don't have any celestial eyes, so they're just seeing earthly things. Whirling, corkscrewing, spinning through time and space in the third dimension, rock from the sun. Whoa, that's pretty perverted, man. That the Greek or the Hebrew word would be froward, and that means to twist. Remember, say they think you're corkscrewing, right? You can't corkscrew and spin me, brothers and sisters. The word of God says this earth cannot be moved from its foundation. But they go to corkscrew and spin you through time in this third rock from the sun, through time and flying around in ships, space, farce. So, hallelujah for celestial discernment, knowing that it's a clock, he said in the book of Genesis, for times and seasons. Matthew in the star, sun, and moon. Hodos alathea horizo. That's beautiful, isn't that? The way, the truth, and the light. Stars, sun, and moon. It's all like a trek, a dance, a tapestry of celestial markers in time, marking. Yes, they mark the birth of an age and the birth of a king. They do tell time. A clock points at something. Does it need to say anything to tell time? Thank you, Father, for these this strange mind of mine that you gave me. But at least you told me, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. The Redeemer, the one who paid that bride price, made that covenant with his bride. Yeah, not with no religious idiots. Yep, people who don't love him, they don't love him. They don't follow his commandments. He commands them not to do the things of this world, and that's all this world does. Yes, self, idolatry. Yes, latria is to serve. Idolatria, porneia is the Greek word, idolatry. Latria to serve, the dirt, the things of the eyes that you see, the statues, the buildings, I don't dwell in houses made by hands, he said. Yes, that's why he divorced his bride, idolatry. And going after gods in the sky, balls, spinning balls, and gods thinking that they're gods. Pray to their ancestors, communicate, try to offer burnt dead flesh and eat it. Masse. The eating of flesh. Yes, the Masse, M-A-S-S-E, Masse. Remember the Masse festival, the Catholic Inquisition, the Catholic Inquisitions, the Roman Catholic Inquisitions. They go out, and if you wouldn't eat the orgy, sex, transgender biscuit Jesus ritual called baby manger Jesus, baby transgender sex biscuit ritual Jesus, where they ate them, like eat your kids, throw the baby on the fire, the Yule log, wheel worship. Yeah, wheel worship. Remember? They thought the sun was dying off, and they prayed to the time marker Kronos, gods in the sky, to try to slow the sun. They were ignorant pagans, kind of like everybody I know today. Everybody I know today is a Satanist or a pagan or a heathen. I know very few people who love God, walk and follow in his commandments, God in the flesh, the ones he came and made a covenant with. They go after self and birth, and they go after traditions of men. And that's why God divorced and split the kingdom, is because Ahab married Jezebel, and she went after Baal in the grove, the transgender god, both hoof, horn, and beast. Yeah, breast, beast. Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. This is what the world goes after today. Birth. Nothing more Satanist than celebrating birth. There's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture, but people won't take the time to read it. Not one line of it. I know, I've seen that guy who goes around like, hey, I'll give you $100 if you can tell me one line in Scripture. They're like, hold on, I got a Rolodex of 90 songs, my playlist of 300 songs, and I know every stinking word to, but no, I don't know any Scripture. But I love Jesus. I go Sunday Jesus. Other Jesus. The leotarded spandex transgender sex ritual marinated biscuit Jesus right, that one. Mithra, the sun god. They celebrate his birth. Don't celebrate birth, brothers and sisters. If you want to be a Satanist or you didn't know anybody was a Satanist, well, somebody just identified it. It might be you. Satan means the adversary to the Father. You're doing the adversary to his Shem, his Agape, his love, his word. He commands you not to do the traditions of men, like Jezebel, who went after Baal in the grove. That's Christmas, brothers and sisters. Masse, M-A-S-S-E. Masse is the eating of flesh. They used to have a burnt offering of just a lonely little peasant, but he got to live like a king for a whole week. And they marinated him because it was a pump and dump. Remember, they thought the sun was going away, dying off, so they prayed to Kronos. And for a whole week, from December 17th to the 24th, it was a pump and dump. Remember, their God is both man, woman, and beast. So it's beast on beast, beast on man, man on beast, woman on beast, beast on woman, woman on woman, man on man. And then the one guy who was a peasant, they let him be a king for a whole week, live like the kings. And they would marinate him by letting him eat all the finest, foods that they had to offer, the cutlets, the prime rib, the veal, the mead, wine. I mean, he just gorge and purge and through all orifices. He was just, and after a week, I didn't know how they put garlic on this dude or something. They didn't have Lowry's or no Baby Ray's back then, or it was like, oh, wait a minute. He came pre-marinated because after a week of a pump and dump with animals, beast, woman, man, all this sexual orgy, transgender Jesus biscuit ritual called Catholicism, eat the cracker, my body, that's paganism. That's Satanism. That's the birth of the sun god after a 7-day orgy. So that's the orgy Jesus. And then people get offended, but they don't know what they're no busos. That's the word knowledge. Bathos. Hell is the place of no busos. Abyss. That's what's written in if you'll read the original text and you don't read this watered down milk, Find somebody who can teach you how to study it in the original dialect that it was written in, dialectus, the glossa. Seriously. Right. Well, that's why he will tell people, oh, I did great works and I cast out demons in your name. He's going to be like, please, right? In modern day slang, right? But no, seriously, depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you because you participated in these traditions of men. Traditions of men. Yeah. Masse, the eating of flesh, crackers and grape juice ritual, Catholicism, that's Satanism. Baby Jesus in the manger, that's Satanism. Christ wasn't a baby when the Magi came into Bethlehem. That is all made up crap. Catholic, that's Constantine trying to save his butt to the empire. Thought he was going to lose it to those Baal in the Grove worshipers, to the Nordic tribes, to the tribes to the north, the Vandals, the Gothic tribes, the Visigoths, all those ones who went after the transgender god and worshiped the same orgy transgender sex biscuit ritual called the Saturnalia or the Feast of the Yule. So, Riley, you're not you're of the world. We don't. That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about the other soccer Jesus, I guess, right? Man, some people are just so far into this world, they will not. You'll know them by their fruit, brothers and sisters. You'll know them. So judge them righteously. Don't condemn them. 2 times you're not turning a goat into a sheep, then rebuke them is what the word says. So don't even try to turn a sheep into a goat or a goat into a sheep. It was already chosen. Prognosko, foreknowledge of. He had foreknowledge of from the foundation of the world, and he wrote them from the foundation of the world to go to hell, the place of no knowledge. Abyss. Bis is bathos, busos. The letter A, I am the Alpha, the Aletheia, the truth, the beginning and the Omega, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, not A to Z. It was Greek. The last letter in Greek is O, but the Alpha, it negates the word in Greek. That means no. That circle with a line on it. No busos, knowledge. You have no knowledge. Bathos, B-U-S-O-S is busos, B-A-T-H-O-S. The Greek word busos or bathos is the word knowledge in Greek. If you'll study it in the dialect, this glossa, the tongue, the original, the language, there we go. Modern. Think modern. Okay. Ooh, back to the future. You'll be able to understand if you'll define by definition. I'm speaking definition to you and the original dialect is the literal language. There we go. Sorry, back to the future. Sorry. Oh, like Mr. Thump, right? But anyways, this is the abyss. Abyss is A negates. It cancels the word that follows it. So bis is not no, right? Knowledge. Bis is bathos or busos, same word, which means knowledge. So hell is a place of no knowledge, and everybody thinks it's something that it's not. And I just gave you the definition of what it is. So I don't care what the hell, Tardis, Hades, you think it is, no knowledge. That's what it is by definition. So you can sit there all day and you probably think heaven is somewhere up above your head, and heaven doesn't have anything to do with something over your head. Heaven is the ruling class and the earth is the ruled. You might want to study in the dialectus, glossa, tongue, the original language again that it's written in. The words that were written, because things change. Even translations, you lose the definition every time through translation. So it's filthy. It's all, they go after trans gods and they're a bunch of translators. And that's the world that I live in right now, where 90% plus probably 5 or 6, 7, 8% of the world are Satanists. They go after self, or they're without a redeemer, the Hamashiach. They believe some pedo like Muhammad. That's Catholicism. That's Islam is just Catholicism without a sun god, just so you know. We can put that to rest real quick. That's how ignorant they are. There's like Christians. Well, Muslims are Christian, Islam, Christians are Muslims with the sun god, and because they're coming from the same Catholicism. Remember, Constantine thought he was going to lose his empire to these, so he blended Christianity with paganism, Satanism, Horus and Isis, Mary and Jesus, all that. It's the same symbolism brought into the church, blending those two, because he thought he was going to lose his ass, because these Vandal tribes and Nordic tribes and Gothic Visigoths and Vandals and all these pagan that went after Baal in the Grove, eat the orgy sex king, not crackers and grape juice. Now, the body of Christ is your brothers, the sons of God, the bride. Okay, period. we're not going to go into that, and so they want you to eat this cracker, and they tell you because Christ said, eat my body. The body of Christ is Shiloh. He is the one who returned and has the inheritance. He destroyed the temple and holds the inheritance. That was the second sign that the Magi saw. They didn't fall asleep at the wheel, brothers and sisters. When they saw that time marker, remember, boom, boom, bam, welcome to the new age, fire to water. You might want to pay attention to these celestial markers. Most people don't care. It doesn't matter to them, and you don't need to know those. Are you taking up your cross daily? Do you know the gospel? That's all that really matters, the gospel. But anyways, we'll get back to these celestial geometry that we're talking about. When these two markers, king And morning star, birth, this was the star of Bethlehem. The Star of David. Remember, he was born from the house of David, right? David was born of Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. He was the lion. He sprang out of Judah. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. The lion, right? Leo. That was the sign that they saw when it stopped, remember, the king stopped at the head of the lion, declaring he is the high priest of the church, and we are the body, not crackers and grape juice, not aliens, not fallen angels. Don't you dare call one of my sisters in Christ an alien or a fallen angel. How could she be a sister in Christ? She's doing the will of the Father, so don't call her a fallen angel. Oh, and she came into the women and men, they scissored and had some kind of giants? What in the hell are you talking about? You are perverted the word of God. That the Hebrew word is froward. You perverted it. That's not what it says. That's when Ahab, who was a man of God, who didn't go after the traditions of men. He married Jezebel. Truth to a lie, not aliens and fallen angels. See, that's all this crackers and grape juice and look in the sky. Oh my God, God's in the sky. What in the hell makes you think that God is in the sky? God is not above your head. God has never existed above your head, brothers and sisters. People are just lost, and under this New Testament, he's Christ in you, brothers and sisters. Your body's a temple, okay? We don't go to houses made by hands, eat crackers and grape juice, and think it's, the body of Christ, because he said, eat my body. If people would read the word, it says your brothers and your sister and your mother. Okay, brothers, sisters, and your mother are those that do the will of the Father, the sons of God. So when the sons of God came into the traditions of men, just take the women out of there. That's the woman side of it. Notice the woman's not allowed to speak in the church. And ladies, please just listen. Hear me out. We have a father, and that's not your dad. When it says in the 10 Commandments, Old Testament, Genesis, all Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all these 5 there were 10 commandments. Honor thy father. That is not your dad. If your dad is a Jezebel, does the traditions of men, women of men, then rebuke him. Don't sup with vipers. If your mom celebrates Mother's Day, she's a Satanist. We're not supposed to celebrate Mother's Day or Father's Day. That is nothing. That's New Age bullshit. All these that's all nailed to a tree. Apologize for my French. It's not French. Anyways, dung, feces. I apologize for my filthy mouth. Just it's vanity to the Father, vain, worthless. These traditions of men were all nailed to a tree. But all these people think it's okay to celebrate. There's not one day you celebrate anything under this covenant. You know anybody like that doesn't celebrate anything and then goes after the word and with definition why they don't and can tell you why they're not the traditions of men? When the sons of God came into the women of men, it's not women of men, it's tradition. This people made up this space farce. Aliens above your head again. Crap. Lies. I rebuke it all. Anybody who believes that, you have fallen, you're childish. You need to do the 7 things that the Father told you to do. 7 is the number of completion. 7 is to be matured. You're acting like a child, talking about gods in the sky and space, and that's all television. Tells lies to your eyes, tell lies to your black mirror, your vision in the black mirror. Oh, it's the same thing today. It didn't matter. It's always been that, box, the capra, Saturn, a square within a square. It just, people are captivated by lies, demons, distributors of fortunes. They go after self and the birth. And we're not supposed to celebrate birth. You could just read the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1 and put this whole thing to rest with one verse. So, brothers and sisters, I'm judging you with righteous judgment. You might want to get a lexicon and word study. Get the word judgment and you'll see, you're not supposed to judge. You're a lollipop Christian. You're a lollipop Catholic, Mormon, Presbyterian. You're a religious idiot. You need to read the word. Study one word at a time. Get out that lexicon that you have as a dictionary, modern day Webster, and study in that Old Testament Hebrew with that lexicon concordance and find that word, how many times it's written. Now you might want to go back and actually not cheat with your cheat code concordance and read 2 or 3 passages before, after each word. How many times was judgment written? All you have to do is find the interlinear Textus Receptus, or anything else that you're studying is trash. You have to study something that's canonized. It all falls short to definition. I told you, if you leave definition, you leave the truth, brothers and sisters. He said, I am the hados, the way. That means to be in the same narrow way. You have to narrow off that translation. Literally, go to the truth, the aletheia, and the light, the horizo. The way, the truth, and the light. I am the hados, the aletheia, and the horizo. The way, the truth, and the light. And that is Greek. Oh, what are you doing? So, Mom was cleaning the kitty. So, the only way you're going to find the truth, brothers and sisters, in this world is through definition. So you need to shut off translation and going after self and being a Satanist and trans gods and Christmas and all this orgy worship and eating of flesh and crackers and grape juice. And Catholicism is, again, just Constantine thinking he's going to lose his empire to these Gothic Baal in the Grove. They worship this transgender god, and he said, all right, we'll tolerate your pagan gods and our Mary and Horus and Isis and all this baby manger, all this blasphemy, and you'll just shut up and you stop killing them and I'll stop killing them and we'll just all get along. Wokeism, yeah, Labor Day, blasphemy. Don't celebrate any days, brothers and sisters. I rebuke anybody who celebrates Labor Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, this day, that day, Martin Luther King Day, even though he was obviously overcome by the word. But still, we don't celebrate any traditions, any holidays, any wheel worship, calendar days, none of that. We don't even celebrate the set apart days, the feast days. The Feast of Unleavened Bread, the Feast of End Gatherings, the Feast of Trumpets, brothers and sisters. There were days, but not these pagan Yule. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. I mean, it's just straight blasphemy, and that brings the birth. You don't celebrate birth. So you want to know, if anybody's a Satanist, that's somebody who allows birthday celebrations, doesn't speak up because you're partaking in their unfruitful work. So you might as well just you're a hypocrite. You can not do anything about it. You are supposed to. He says, take up your cross and be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Shine the light on them. Rebuke them. Do not allow that to continue. Judge them with righteous. Do not condemn them. I will take care of their condemnation. They're condemning, but no, go judge them with the word of God. If they're on the broad way, show them the narrow way 2 times and then rebuke them. That's it. That's the word. Everybody's got all this forwarded and perverted and twisted thing they can change. Look, you're not going to turn a sheep into a goat or a goat into a sheep. That was already bought and purchased from the foundation of the world. Nope. Can't be saved, can't accept Christ, can't do none of that. It's God pulls his bride to him, makes them love him. God only loves the people who he makes love him. Everybody else is going to hell. If you were a Gentile, you couldn't even enter into the temple. You weren't saved. You know 613 statutes and commandments. You talk too much, slow your roll. Texas, unask my AO, man. Either get a pen and paper or you're filthy. Come in here and tell me to slow down. I'm going to just getting started in here. Fired up, huh? Fire, wheel worship. Do you celebrate do you celebrate birthdays, Texas? Or you celebrate, anybody celebrates, any Satanists that celebrate birth? Do you speak up about them celebrating birthdays, especially children? If not, you are a partaker in their unfruitful works of darkness. And I'm shining a light on you. So let's see what your answers is. We'll slow it down for you a little bit so you can concentrate like orange juice. Is that a little slower for you there, buddy? And be a little more country for you? Country bunkin'. Come on, Texas. They just had a 1 million acre barbecue in Texas, brothers and sisters. I wonder if Texas even cares about that in the same state he lives. And he probably just going on about his business. One of them other silent majority. He'll speak up in the chat because he's a weekend, remember? Like a weekend Jesus or a keyboard weekend warrior. He a keyboard warrior, like a, yeah, weekend warrior. The question is, get out of here. There is no question. You know, you're out of here. I'm going to get you out of here myself. Thank you, moderators, for giving me a chance. Normally, moderators would have taken care of you. I don't have to cast my pearls before swine. Your energy is low energy. If you can't even concentrate long enough to listen to what I'm saying, I think God made it fall on deaf ears. Is it true? It doesn't matter. We don't talk about the birth of Christ. Yeah, there's no such thing as UFOs, brothers and sisters. There is UFOs, meaning stolen Donald John Trump Tesla technology that they've had since the 1800s, brothers and sisters. You first saw a spinning ball on television. The first time you saw a big old alien that was on television. That's all been anti-gravitics, electrogravitics. I know these things. Millimeter wave. This is all tech from the 1800s, okay? They reintroduced it during World War II. Oh, the little mustache man, Charlie Chaplin. You know what I'm saying? He's got the technology. The fallen angels gave it to him. The fallen angels gave it to him. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're flying around in flyings. And they're UAPs now. Can't call them UFOs. Giants are real. Absolutely. Giants, 100%. There were giants in the land. David slayed a champion. They were called the Philistines. Now it's called Palestine, but they were the champions. Remember, David slayed a giant. So there were giants in the land. But aliens and UFOs, you're getting it mixed up. Cut that out. So that's not, there's nothing. Why are they flying? You go in a boat, in the ship, and you go in the water. Why are they flying ships in space? Because it's over your head. Stop thinking that God is not over your head. That is the whole thing, to get you to believe all this space farce. Nonsense. Everything is going to come out from underneath your feet if you're here so lucky to be here for that opening of that pit when the restrainer is lifted, where there'll be a 7 series of trumpets. Oh, you'll have plenty of warning. You'll know. There'll have been 6, but when that final trump sounds on that great and dreadful day of the Lord, then it comes out of the pit, not out of the sky. What the hell is wrong with people? Television. Space farce. Oh, Donald Trump. I created the Space Force. Calm down, man. See, here we have another Peter person's going to tell me, you think you're going to come on my live stream and change what I'm doing? What are these people doing? What is wrong with these people? Oh, guy, hold on. I got to bring it down. I got to keep it at this stream for the rest of the stream because Splash said I have to be quiet and calm down. Is that better? Shut up. Get out of here. If you can't control yourself, please leave now. Don't put anything in this chat that's not, I'm not going to stand for it. This is not like any other YouTube channel you've ever been on. Oligas, set apart. We're not talking about religion in here. We're not talking about lies or things of this world. We're exposing all these things. And you can go do your own research and back up anything that I say in here. I wouldn't even open my mouth. If I feel like it's something that I might have a theory or it's a scientific theory that I'm using, I'll let you know. Otherwise, shh. Listen, write it down. If you want to put something in the chat, you want to speak about something, other word, talk with other people in the chat about iron sharp. You can have your own conversation. It doesn't even have to be about me. This channel isn't about me. So, all right, you're out of here too, Emmanuel. Don't ever come back here. All you think about is television. You came in here with your stupid comment right out the gate. Oh my God, I found Dumbledore. I can't concentrate on what's coming out of his mouth. All I can do, sometimes I don't even wear the hat because idiots like you just can't concentrate. Seriously, you're like orange juice, right? So, brothers and sisters, we'll keep it real in here if you'll keep it real. I'm tired of this world that I live in where 98% of the world celebrates birthdays and thinks, Labor Day, Mother's Day, 4th of July. Here in America, there's all these holidays. Holidays. Sugar has a lot to do with it. Oh, cool. I'm trying to, guys. I mean, we're in an age where if you'll concentrate, not like orange juice, look up, pay attention to the things. This is a beautiful and amazing time to be a witness. It is in the food. You guys got it. It's a lot of the diet. You are what you eat. Thank you so much. Those are good comments, guys. Thank you. If you put something in here, help out a little bit, man. We try to help a brother out. He said, agape, love. It is patient. It is kind. He loved God. His generosity is. Remember when he was talking to his apostles and he was sitting there and he was telling, I think it was Peter, that man was in the streets and you clothed him. He was out clothed. He was naked. You put clothes on him. You clothed me, right? When you fed, and he's like, they were like, what? I didn't. But the body, brothers and sisters, the body. So we are not, don't sup with vipers, but we are to be charitable and we are to try to help people. But you don't have to cast your pearls before swine. You don't have to sup with vipers. I said 2 times and then rebuke them. Move on. You're not going to change anything in this world. God already created and wrote all things. You can go after self, which is idolatry. Latria is to serve. Idol is your eyes or idols or statues. Okay, you need to even serve your gut. People used to say that that their gut was theirs, because if you lose your mind because you're hungry, you won't think with your head anymore, will you? People were very food oriented in the day, brothers and sisters. So we're coming to these days too. They've got, speaking of the food, they've got so much cellulose in the food. Like they beat down cane, that inner portion of that white, and powder it out and then add, a liquid, and it turns clear so they can add this. That's just one kind of they got it. If they put any more of it in our food, brothers and sisters, people would just get sick. I mean, the food is not food anymore. Thomas is nailing it. I'm not saying it. Remember, it's not what goes in a man that defiles them. So eat whatever you want, but you should really think about, like, how did people survive through the Black Plague? Well, they didn't let their immune system succumb and they didn't die to that, plague that was going around. So you need to keep your immune system as high as possible. You also have a magnetosphere that is weakening, that is pounding you every single day with solar radiation, whether you like it or not. It's happening. This is the biggest thing on this earth that I cannot believe that these governments have not let off to the people already, because I think they're ready to go with their next system and their reset and all. They're waiting for a celestial event, brothers and sisters. They're waiting for a celestial event to bring in this new system, and we've all seen it. We know it. They've made it quite obvious. So that's what I'm saying, and then they're going to have all this. You'll eat food printed by the mile, brothers and sisters, 3D printed and food grown by the mile. I'm not kidding. They got a whole plan for this corkscrewing, spinning world through time and space world. All these people that believe all this, they'll go right into this system. They sure will. Yes, they're going to pull this celestial event over their eyes, lies in the skies with their stolen Tesla technology. It'll be tailored fit. Why do you think they've been metadataing you and satelliting you? Personally, they can give you your own visual voodoo. So, yeah, they already are. Guys, all your chicken, anything that's chicken that's not on a bone, which actually I got some chicken in there. I'm going to grab, you guys give me a minute, because I actually bought some. I know just buy from a small, I live in the middle of nowhere kind of, and there's a town that this little grocery store that buys from a distributor. I've worked for that's better than all this stuff, but I wouldn't eat chicken if it's not on a bone. They can literally grow chicken that's never had a bone in it. Yuck. Yeah, lab grown in a lab, in a vat, in a chicken that never had a heartbeat, never one beating heart chicken. That's in your chicken now, just so you know, you're already eating it. If you eat something that's not on the bone, that's chicken now, you're eating it. They already have passed all this. Yeah, I'm in Oregon. So I'm in the high desert Oregon outback, higher than a hippie in a helicopter, 4,500 feet at the top of the rim of the Great Basin in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. I actually have some hip campers out here today, guys, which is awesome, meaning that people are enjoying this 40 acres of parcel that I have on this far end of the at the very edge of the table, well, split Table Rock, out the icon of the valley, but it's I'm out in a couple hours from a Walmart. How about that? Yeah. But they got good meat, and I want to go. Yeah, this is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. Macho Grande. Macho Grande. Mucho Grande. No, it's Macho. It truly is. And they've set apart 2.5 million acres. That's why I said higher than a hippie in a helicopter, 4,500 feet at the rim, the edge of the northern edge of the Great Basin. That goes all the way down through Nevada, right up here at the edge, protected from light pollution. Protected from light pollution. You've heard about Al Gore. Get back in the closet, Al Gore. Your children will never see snow again. You know, all the polar bears are going to die, Al Gore. Yeah, get back in the closet, Al Gore. Remember all that? This protect, all this green windmills, all this fake cars, electric, all this nonsense. Protected from light pollution. You ever heard of that kind of pollution? They're all making you worry about CO2. What about lights? That means you're not moving out here. I talked to a lady that's about 20 years older than me, probably a little bit older than that, maybe about 25 years older than me. She got aroused, like, man, you're sharp as a tack, lady. So she's like, protected. That means not going to let anybody else come out here. I'm like, boom, shakalaka. Did you get a vote on that? So anyways, I don't vote. So give me 1 second. Yeah, we do have, hold on, let my dogs in. Come on, guys. Come on. Leave them alone. They're out there camping. Come on. Come on. Shh, quiet. Be quiet. Thank you. Good boys. You're doing your job. See, we're just doing our job, Dad. We heard somebody out there. We're doing our job. We're just doing our job. Get your face out of there, kitten. That dog's, you don't get it. Hey, get down out of the dog's bowl. Don't get in his bowl. He's allowed to protect his bowl, so you need to keep your face out of his bowl. Go in there and feed your kitties. Mama girl, leave him alone. Thank you for being such a good boy. Being nice to the kitty. You're such a good boy, Kago. You're such a nice puppy. You're such a nice big dog. Well, nerds, we're taking a break here. I gotta eat. Gotta put something in my belly here. Sorry, I made some. Oh yeah, that's still warm. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good and tight. All right, thanks for hanging out, guys. Appreciate it. Yes. Giants were real. No such thing as aliens. No such thing as fallen angels. Fallen messenger. The word angel, it means messenger. By definition. Stop it. No begging. I don't care if you were a cat. Stop begging. I'll put you outside. Sorry, we don't do begging animals here at the farm. At the ranch, no begging animals. Chicken on the bone. Chicken thighs. So, I'm a dark meat kind of guy. I'll eat anything. I didn't really like white meat. Too dry. Tango, go get away from me. I don't even want to see you. I'll make you go back outside. Go. You know better. You're an old dog. Go. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see your eyes. Go lay down. Thank you. That old dog. Silly boy. He knows better. What I think about the firmament, that says the firmament declares the handiwork of the Father. That's what the firmament is. The waters above and the waters below. One down there too, below your feet. Remember, not just above your head. So that's why I rebuke spinning balls. Maybe Courage the Cowardly Dog. Watch television, Paulo. You're another one of those television. I can already tell you're an android. You program. You're talking about stuff on TV, man. Stop. There's a lot of other things you can be concentrating on right now. I'm going to talk about movie stars and dogs and what the hell you're talking about. I threw my television away in 1989. Okay? No. My son was like, Dad, I'm the only one at school. We don't have cable. Yeah, I know, son. Huh? Go play outside. Go ride your motorcycle or something. Ride your bike. Go dig a fort. Go do something. I'll throw the football 1,000 times to you later, but I'm studying right now. Thanks for coming in. I'm eating. I gotta eat something here. So we're talking about chicken on the bone. I don't eat a lot of chicken. I mostly just eat beef because I don't eat pork and I don't eat fish. And it's not religious. I just choose not to. You can eat whatever you want. What, the Old Testament? Related to the house of Aaron, you're a Levite or something? That only applied to 2 houses. If you were a Gentile, God didn't care what you ate. You could eat whatever you want. Choose the cud, split hoof, scaleless and all this, no pork, no, swine, no low energy, all the hair, all that stuff. You can eat all of it now. You can eat anything on this earth that's not going to get you out of the grace of God. All that contract, all that thing was divorced, and he made a new bride. Said he'd call out her name in that book, and under this covenant, that don't apply. It was nailed to a tree. Boom. So, but yeah, it's not what goes in a man or a woman. It's what comes out of them that defiles them. So that's how you're going to defile yourself. Man, that chicken's fire. Woo. That's just man-made stuff, Macho. Man loves to make up. It's Satan. Satan, it's mammon. This is mammon again. Yeah, I study, I know about gematria, ontology. There's a lot of no. I don't know what happened there. That was just a big pause there. I don't know. I'm lagging, guys. My bad. I refuse to have a 5G weaponized phone. You might want to look up what the gigahertz, what 60 millimeter wave and 60 gigahertz is. You call it the G, the big 5, G. It's not internet. You've been perverted and forwarded thinking that has anything to do with your internet. I've been out long, been patent for, go look at the patent on that, huh? It doesn't have anything to do with the internet, does it? Nope. So my phone might be a little laggy because I'm not going to put that weaponized stuff on my phone. Tango, go. Now, go. Don't come back in here. So anyways, I apologize. I don't know. We had court, so nothing. They just extended the court date. Him, I don't know. They're dragging ass. And 90 days to a speedy trial, and told them they didn't say anything. They just, that man in the black robe denied me. Denied. The hard on for district attorney wouldn't look me in the eye again. I got threatened by the cops to throw me back in jail by the sheriff. But I don't, it's okay. My son, though, to be honest with you, he sounded very broken and very alone. When I heard him, I got to hear my son and my daughter because I was in the courtroom. It's pretty crazy, guys. They called everybody on the docket, right? And everybody cleaned everybody out. I'm the last one in there. And I'm not even on the dock. And I'm like, uh-oh, I'm going back in the cage. God, you're going to have to give me the strength here now, because I'm not going to not say what I'm going to say. I already know I told everybody I was going to say it, and I'm not going to come in here and not keep my word. I'm going to speak my piece. There's only one thing I didn't do, and that was hold the line and stay there until. But I'd already, gotten threatened by the sheriff. He stood in front of me before I could even get into the courtroom, so they didn't try to intimidate me, and I ripped him a new one. I really did. A poor old man. Never seen him before, but he couldn't step to me. So he has a bunch of probations, like 3 or 4 probation violations, and it's over the day that we went to go get his, I wanted to, his wife was able to take showers here because I have plenty of water, but I don't have anybody here living with me. I have an on-demand hot water heater, a really nice Camp Chef, not just some little one. I have a full stand-up slate shower. I don't use it. I heat up water and go out to the outdoor shower during the summertime and pour water over my head. So she was able to shower here, but she hadn't had any running water. And we left to go get a shower, and the law followed us home. So my son will never, if they look at the docu cam on the car or whatever, he didn't speed, he didn't flee. The sheriff showed up here behind us without his lights on, without any sirens, and never said a word, never got out of his vehicle. So they're trying to say that it was a looting, but the cop never said a word. Not one word. Didn't come up with his lights, and I was screaming and yelling at him, barking at him. Stand down! I told you to quit your job. Why are you still working here? You're a tyrant. Get the fuck out of here. I wasn't cussing. I don't think I cussed at him. Well, I told him to leave because he was on my property. He pulled onto my property. And so he turned around and left. And then they came, I don't know, however many days later with a warrant. So I live streamed the whole deal. So I wouldn't let my son stop because I had already arrested his body. Or I had already called Lane County Sheriff's Office and says, if you try to put another warrant out for his arrest illegally like you already did, and throw him in a cage, I bet you I can get him before you do. You got all those cops, and I bet you I can get him before you'll get him. I'll get him, and I live way over here, and I'll get him before you do, and I'll arrest his body. Because your arrest is illegal. Tango, go. Tango, go lay down now. Seriously, dog. It's not warranted, and I'll arrest his body. And I won't let you have him. Not until you talk about these 180 hours that he had already done just to leave and get out of here. He already had to complete all his probation, community service, or he wouldn't have been able to leave, and he did. So you're pissed off at me because I held up a protest against your police department during the COVID and protested you. You were mad at me because I held a protesting that you're failures, you're crooked, and you don't do your damn job, and you're tyrants, and you harass people out in this county who are activists like me who speak up about your criminal behavior. And so I'm not having that shit. You guys stand up and stand with these businesses now. You're supposed to be community service officers. Get the elected sheriff out here and tell OSHA to pound sand. We're not doing the flatten the curve this time. We lost 2 to 3 million businesses, just like the one here behind me. So yeah, I held a protest against this law enforcement officer, sheriff elected, try to get them involved for years, brothers and sisters. So now they're targeting my son. At month 33, they told him that he didn't complete his hours back here, and that was the terms of his condition to release. So my son actually started doing all his community service again. Talk about and he made a mistake. He got involved with somebody, and that actually was why they were pissed off at me, because I found out that there's other states just like Oregon that have a county that helps fund their poorest county by releasing more rapists, pedophiles, and murders into these counties across the United States. Shut up, Tracy. You shut up. I'm not going to stop exposing. This rapist is running around this county. My son's locked in jail. These are all kids. That is a child. That is a 17-year-old child. That is a, minor, 19. These were all kids that this rapist got involved with. So they release him in the county. Normally, everybody does their plea agreements because it's a freaking kangaroo court down there, and everybody takes their plea agreement. But my son asked to see the evidence and never produced a stitch of evidence against my son. Fingerprints, DNA, eyewitness, nothing. Okay, he eventually took a plea agreement and he got out of there because they were just going to railroad him. They don't care down here. They do it. When I called the attorney that's on my son's case, he said, listen, Tracy, and I'll tell Elijah this so he knows, if you're in any other county in the state, I don't care which county, I'd have you out right now. I could have you out today, but you're going to have to sit in there and wait. Those people do whatever the fuck they want to do in that county. They are Billy Bob, crooked son of a bitches, and they do what they want. So I've been standing up against them for COVID, before the COVID, farmers, all the crooked crap that they do out here. I'm always going to get shot. I'm always get told, you need to calm down, Tracy. You need to stop doing what you're doing. This is a national emergency, Tracy. They're going to throw you in federal prison. I can't believe you're going to hold a protest. They're still going to, you're going to get locked up, dude. You're so freaking nuts, dude. Why in the hell do you think you're going to? I mean, I understand the elected sheriff could come out there, tell OSHA to leave, and that's totally, I got what you're doing, but so you're putting yourself right in the government's eyes, Tracy. There's not one other person in this nation that's doing this right now, Tracy. Nobody has done this yet. What you're about ready to do is probably going to get you shot. We already know the government knows about you, Tracy. We know all your other past ventures with, Vail, and Uranium One and the Billary Foundation and the selling more of the pancake, yellow, the depleted, the Vladimir Putin who has more of that weaponized, my big hit pieces and stuff that I've been blogging about for, on this platform for a long, exposing Obama and all his 923 executive orders that they'd all be used in the next administration as a soft medical martial law. And that's exactly what they did. Brothers, sisters, I've been in this game for decades, if you will, trying to push against this beast in this beast system, because somebody like me chooses to stand up and not stand down and be the silent majority like most, my son gets targeted. So thanks for asking my son, but you know what I'm saying? Let the rapist out. So I caught on to that. They locked my son up. If your son was in jail and there were 5 people involved, they didn't rob anybody at gunpoint. The rapist that he got involved with robbed a lady, and it's a married lady who was married, and robbed her. She was a Hispanic married woman and high on methamphetamines and got a 25-year sentence in prison. Served 13 of those years and got released into this county from Texas into Oregon. So I found out he was involved. I even brought to probation, the county and everything's attention and said, look, here he is at the scene of the crime. They're saying that they're going in through the skylight. They were breaking into empty buildings and unoccupied buildings, brothers and sisters. There's a lot of buildings out here that people will set something up and they don't come back for years, and sometimes they never come back. The family has it. Somebody dies and they don't want to come out here, and some stuff just rots. And so this rapist was telling these kids, hey, they starts out with going and collecting rocks, and then they get into arrowheads, and then they go on to his other properties. And next thing you know, he's got him in these buildings, takings, and my son got involved. I didn't like it the whole time. I was like, I don't like that guy. And then once I found out, we did my research, I had somebody else bring something to my attention that he was lying about this charge of rape. He said that this was his fiance. When I talked to the lady the other day about this case before I went into court, and I mentioned his name, Tony Karsten, the rapist, she said, I know exactly who that is, Tracy. This is the guy that I was talking about, why he's sitting, running around free in this county. My son is sitting in the county jail. I got a convicted rapist running free. So I go down and point this out to the county and to the probation office, said, look, I'm on to you. I realize what you're doing. You have a contract on this man. You get paid to have him here. And if you convict him, he goes to prison. You have to revoke his parole immediately. That's why you'll bring charges against him, but you won't actually bring a conviction against him. Because if you normally get people that he gets involved with, they take a plea agreement. It's fast. Bam. They're all scared. Oh, I'm going to get 40 years. They're young. He picks young kids off. And he does this. And if my son would have just taken a charge to, a plea agreement to begin with, but he said, I didn't let these people move into my house. They were living in a little tin can with a little lunchbox heater, and all this stuff was brought into my storage shed. I work, I do these things. I didn't know it was there, whatever. And they never were produced an eyewitness. I said, if my son was there, look, I don't give a shit what you're talking about, okay? You're going to listen to me. I'm telling you, he's in jail. This rapist is out. He's the one buying. They're like hippies, but with a cigarette instead of a joint. They're all kids, 17, 19. I think you got to be 21 or something to buy cigarettes here. He's buying them cigarettes. And like a hippie, they all get in a circle or passing around like a joint. So if my son was involved in this fucking crime, his DNA will be on that cigarette. People are like, why are you giving him evidence, Tracy? Because I want equal justice, not unequal. I'm not asking for special treatment here. Why in the hell is my son locked up in jail and the rapist is running around free? If he was involved, there you go. I know they all smoke cigarettes. And they found a cigarette butt. DNA tested it. Guess what? Never came back with Elijah's DNA on it. Anyways, brothers and sisters, so my son took a plea agreement. Eventually, he did. I don't give a shit what he did. He got out of jail. I told him because, son, if they're going to let you out, dude, whatever, who cares? It is what it is, dude. Just, you're out. You do what you want. You want to take it to trial? You want to, John, well, I got to come up with a lot more money, but I'm $27,000 in it now. Let's do it. Whatever. I got a retainer, whatever you want. And so he took a plea agreement. And he got out and he did everything he was supposed to do. He never got in trouble until month 42 over something that was a clerical error. And then they threw him in fucking jail over something I was trying to clear up. He'd already done all his time. And then he started doing it again. Over more hours than he was supposed to, like hundreds of hours. Oh, He had 180 hours to do. He did that in 5 months to leave the county. That was the terms and conditions of his release from this county. He wanted to get the hell out of here because they were targeting him already, piss testing him. I went down to the probation and parole lady and said, the one who has this Tony guy, or this rapist, Tony Carson, said, look, why the hell are you piss testing my son? I know this rapist runs around. He's involved with people doing illicit things in this town. And my son has no drug crime. Why are you color coding him, piss testing him? That makes him look guilty. He didn't get convicted of any drug crimes. He don't do drugs. What the hell is this all about? And he actually has told me that he's gone out to the fairgrounds. He's trying to get out of here, obviously, so, but 2 and 3 days you're working him. Sometimes he needs to have, he said he's just raking the fairgrounds. You could take him right back to the same place. They're not even doing it a different work. They're raking the same spot. And I told him, shut up, do your work, get your hours done and get the hell out of here. But what are you doing? Why are you going after him? I don't see these other kids. I know because I'm in contact. I know these other ones that were involved. I live in this town. I can get contact with what they're doing. And they're not being piss tested. None of them. Why is the rapist not being piss tested? You're targeting my son. They were mad at me, and they got his ass out of here as quick as they could, brothers and sisters. In 5 months, bam, he was out of here. 1 day a week. Just 1 day a week, that would be 160 hours in 5 months. And there were days he worked multiple days. Fire station, the dunes, he went out there and he worked at the, I think he did more. I think he did over 200 hours before he even left here. They worked him like a freaking, and that's why I saw the van the other day. It's like, do they ping these phones? No. And he admitted, they just write it down. I got the guy to admit, I wish I would have recorded it, but he did. He said they write it all down, and then I put it in the computer. I write it down, and then I put it in the computer. And there's some civilian guys. He's not even a probation guy. This guy not even with. So there's so much variance in this crap. So that's what they did to my son at month 33, where he had 36 months of probation. They said, you only did 47 hours back here. And that's a mathematical impossibility, because if he was on felony probation, because he got felonies for the theft charges, not robbery, but theft, and they watched everything he did. He had to report, he had to do, felony supervise. So if he would have missed one community service, he'd have been tagged probation violation, and he didn't get any probation violations until month 42. So the whole thing is insane. The whole case is just unbelievable that this could happen to a young man like my son who did all of it, and they're only pissed at me. So at month 33, he put his head down and still continued to work, got his wife, she was working, and they threw her in fucking jail, man. Can you believe this county? So I think I talked to I apologize because I'm just a little frustrated with the guys. I just went to jail, or not to court, and they're sitting there, the sheriff's threatened to throw me in jail again and all this crap, and like telling me not to go in there and say, don't say what I basically wanted to say, because I'm trying to speak with district attorney before I even go in there. And they were getting all mad at me. And he's like, don't go in there and make a scene. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't commit no crime over there. I just asked to speak with this attorney because Abigail said I could. And I waited for him to get up to his office. And that lady started telling me that I was rude by asking and telling her, what do you mean rude? Why are you protecting him? What are you talking about? Now I'm rude? A freaking robot would do a better job than you, ma'am. You're a freaking tyrant. I'm only asking. I could have spoke with him downstairs. Abigail don't know nothing. Whatever. Why do you protect him? You, ma'am, I said, you're the ones who kicked this into the courts. We didn't kick anything in the district attorney did. You're covering for him. You're a criminal too, ma'am. You're a criminal. Seriously, I said earlier, and I don't like saying that, but a robot would do a better job than you and you. Feelings, you're to be rude? I'm just asking to speak to the district attorney. Why do you guys protect him? I have called down here 50 times. Then you said, if you came down here when you arrested me, maybe he'd talk to you. So I put in a kite. Okay, I want to talk to this attorney. You got me in your cage. Now let me talk. Nope. Then I go down there before. I want to talk to, and then they bring the fucking cop out there to tell me, he steps in front of me before I can get to Tracy. I'm like, dude, dude, I didn't get out of my face. I didn't commit no crimes. Don't tell me you try to trample on my First Amendment right. You can't tell me what I can say or say in there. That's my choice. Oh, I'll put you back in jail if you go, dude. Stop, dude. I'll go after your bond. You know that I'll put in a Freedom of Information Request Act, and I'll find out all the salaries of everybody in the stinking building, include those ladies. Stop it. Stop trying to trample my rights, my First Amendment rights. You can't tell me I'm a veteran. I'm going to say what I choose to say in there. I didn't commit any crime over there, so I don't authorize. I don't answer quick. Get out of my face. Freaking tyrant. You know, they try to threaten me before I go into court, guys. You know, so I think I might need to put, after that incident, I really do. I've thought about this now. I think I need to put in a change of venue, because I spoke with the lady at the trial, you know, the lady who does the pretrial, all that, and she agreed. She said, because she knew about the whole case. It's crazy how she knows everything, and the district attorney won't even look at me when I go to court. Won't even look me in the eye. The judge will, but not the guy who's authorized the special weapons and tactics warrant on my house with SWAT and, you know, all the other, you know, just destroyed my property, shot all my windows. You know, it's hard to. We've already been having cold mornings, and I'm telling you what, this cabin is not staying the same with the windows shot out of it. You know, so I still haven't fixed all the fencing. I haven't got it. I mean, got a lot done, but I've been doing a lot of other things here. You know, they interrupted me by throwing me in jail for 2 weeks. And before those 2 weeks happened, you got to remember, guys, that hurt a lot to me. And I do it a million times. I spent 17 days live streaming, nearly 15, 16, 18 hours a day, pleading to the county to come to my driveway, call my phone. Let's find a peaceful resolution. It's just a clerical error. That's all it is. We're talking about road crew, work crew. I live streamed, guys. I did it for, 14 days where I stood up, got out the whiteboard, and I looked at the warrant. The minute I stood up and got the whiteboard out and started writing down, they said, oh shit, that's when they issued that warrant. That's when, hard on Dick, phallic, district attorney, Ted Martin have a hard on for Tracy because he's pissed off that I've called out his sheriff and him for being a failure to protect this community by letting this rapist run around the community. And then I held protest against the sheriff and the elected sheriff and pointing out all the criminal behavior with some of these law enforcement officers out here. So I'm quite a pain in their ass, to be honest with you. So when I went into court, obviously I knew it was going to be quite dramatic, and it didn't disappoint. Everything that happened was not a surprise to me. And if you look and you go watch my live streams prior to this, I told you exactly what was going to happen. I'm not a prophet. There's no such thing as modern day prophecy anyways. There's not one prophet on this earth. Blasphemy. Yeah, you stupid Mormon church. What a bunch of idiot toss. Brothers and sisters, sometimes God puts, as I said earlier in the stream, he puts these things in front of me, and it's because I pay attention to the evidence. I pay attention to the details. The devil's in the details, okay? Attention to detail. OCD, okay? A little bit like that, kind of concessive, compulsive, a little bit algorithmic, if you will, sequence, cycle, pattern. My brain is not wired like most people's. I was a law enforcement officer. I was SWAT certified by Metro LAPD in Honolulu, Hawaii. I am CERT and SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics Special Reaction Team certified. Maybe that's why they came so heavy-handed, but I never asked for any violence, brothers and sisters, any violence. Oh, yeah, I'm a trained killer because I'm a veteran. I'm a loaded gun on safety, but I never called for arms. I never called for men with guns. That's what they chose to do, and if you go look at my live stream, that's exactly what I said they do too. So I'm not a prophet. Once again, some of these things I just see as plain as the nose on my face. It's there. You got to look at it. It's right there. So some things aren't that hard for me to see. You just need to look in the right place. So here I'm trying to, you just read between the lines. You got to read between the lines, brothers, sisters. The victor gets the spoils when it comes to history. And in this case, there's a loser and a winner, and normally neither of them are writing the correct reality that lies between the lines. There's left side of history, the right side of history, and then there's reality. And that, again, is not written in a book. So you have to have an investigative type mind, be able to, again, I don't know if you know what the scientific theory is, but you're disputing the known, the narrative, by putting in variables to compute or computate through cycle or rhythm, pattern, algorithms, or patterns and sequence inside, and it's just computed a million times, and my brain does that automatically. I can't help it. I was an investigator. I was certified at 19 years old as a traffic crash reconstructionist, and then got my investigator status at 19. I was a teenager. So my brain has been wired like this since I was a teenager, before I actually literally became, old enough to drink, an adult, right? So I never thought it would happen like this. And sometimes I wish it wouldn't be like this, but sometimes I can't. It's incredible how my mind can put together a 500-piece puzzle with 16, 17, 18 pieces and be able to see the bigger picture. Most people need at least 100 or 200 to see. Some need half, some need more, but that's how my mind works, if you will. I can fill in the blanks, and that's done through computation in my brain. I don't mean to do it. Imagine being in my brain. I think most people would ask for a padded rubber room. In about 5 minutes, they'd be like, turn off this insanity. Why are all these files keep opening and closing? And what is all this? Why does all this keep laying out? And why does this keep going in cycle? Yeah. So it's the way my brain is constantly. And then I have to have a cold on a conversation with you guys too, honestly, because in my brain, it still does that. And I have to still talk and hold a conversation. And if you've listened to me, sometimes I'll be talking about 5 things at one time. Like, dude, what's wrong with this guy? Well, welcome to my mind. I didn't say that I'm perfect. I didn't say that anything, I'm weird. I'm crazy. Never said I was normal. Didn't say I was perfect or I'm filthy. My mind is twisted, and I can't help what it does. It's quantum. It's almost D wave, but not in that literally, but I'm serious. Sometimes I can't control it. The only time is when I maybe drink a cup of coffee and go to bed, pass out. Drink a big cup of coffee and I'll pass out and go to sleep. Wired completely backwards, if you will. So, yes, reconstructionist. All right, I'm giving you another piece of chicken. That chicken was fired. Should have heated this up a little more. You were begging. I really don't like that you beg. There's nothing worse than a begging dog. There you go, pants. Eat those chicken bones. Dogs don't eat chicken bones. Hey, psst, cat. Don't. Did that go under their pants? All right. We gotta give the kitty some too. So, all right, go on, Tango. Go on. I'm eating more. So, my dogs love chicken bones so much. Oh, they're so good. Oh, they're gonna die. Chicken bone. Don't feed your dog chicken bone. Shut up. You know what you're talking about. Dogs eat anything that a cat would eat. Cats eat anything a dog would eat. They have a near identical diet. Cats don't eat fish. What the hell are you doing feeding your cat fish for? Oh, I know, urinary. Stop it. All that dyes and all that crap. That's filthy, disgusting. Don't feed that to your cat. Feed them dog food. Feed them lamb and rice. Diamond. It's one of the best cat dog foods for your money. I'm a dog breeder. I breed dogs. So, working dogs. Dingo. Healers and collies. Working dogs. Farm dogs. High energy dogs. They need lots of good food. So, man, this is so good. I need this. Yeah, I love working dogs. No kitty girl. No mama. No mama. No. Kitten's trying to come over and steal. I gave her the end. I bit off the end of the knuckle for her and gave it to her. You say hi? She's trying to steal my food. She tried. Oh. You say hi, Sweepy? Want to say hi? You trying to steal my food? You're trying to steal Dad's chicken bone, huh? All right, now go on. We're dead eating peace. Stop harassing the dad. Nice. Thanks for coming in, Pam. I appreciate you taking the time to comment. No. I'll give you the knuckle when you're done. When I'm done. I'll decide. No. What a little knuckle butt she is being. She normally listens pretty quickly. But she's being ornery. Nope. Get down off the couch, please. Thank you. She'll listen. Normally not. She's normally pretty good. She left. I meant business with her. She normally listens the first time. She's pretty good about that. And my dogs too. I don't know what's going on. They got all their normal food. They get the goods. I feed them the diamond lamb and rice. That food's probably better than what we eat. I challenge you to get a bag of diamond lamb and rice and flip the ingredients around and then go to the store and buy 3 boxes of this, that, and the other and can this, that, and tell me that food's not better than what you can get at the grocery store. No corn syrup in there, no preserve, yeah, look. Freaking dog food's better than what we're eating, guys. I'm serious. That's the guy who come over here, and he was eating the dog food. He's like, dude, I can't believe how good this is. I'm like, yeah, I know. I could put it in a stew and grind it, or I could put it in as a. I just cooked it on the stove. I cooked it over a stove. Cooked it. What happened? Hey, what happened there? All right, let me see. All right, let's see what happened there. See, I don't know what I just did. So let's see if I might have corrected that. Where you at, David? David? Show yourself. David, like the one who slayed Goliath. The king, David. David was the smallest of all of his brothers. There he is. Thank you for your support, David. I'm going to pass you the torch. I appreciate the work you're doing in here. If you want to take some examples, that lady above you right there is. And Sonia, she's my moderator back from TikTok. Hey guys, you want to do me a favor? I came up with something today that I was thinking about. Please. Go over to TikTok, guys. I don't care. I hate that platform, and I don't hate anything. I just don't like the platform. But listen, I couldn't make it happen over there. I couldn't make it. You asked Sonia. She was my moderator over there, guys. I had a 20K plus channel that was growing super fast, like this channel was growing at alarming rate. One of the fastest growing on TikTok, like this one, until it got shadow banned. The same thing happened over there. But I have a backup channel. That's the same one as this, Predestined for Light. And I'm going to start hitting you for this channel to go over there and subscribe to TikTok because I'd like to preach the gospel over there. I don't want to do no politics, no nothing, no. I want to do straight gospel over there. Straight gospel only. I mean, almost like a freaking, just like a, you know. So I need you to subscribe to my TikTok Predestined4light channel. And I need you to go over there and tell me how many are at when you do, so that we can get that up to 1,000 followers, because I couldn't do it over there. I tried. If you don't have it, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And if you can go over there, and that's fine. If you don't, it's fine. I don't even use it anymore. I only use it, guys, because I can go over there and preach the gospel. TikTok is insane. I have to when I get shut off for preaching the gospel over there. Sometimes banned. They'll shut off my live stream for just straight preaching the gospel. It's very hard to speak over on that platform. So if you don't have it, that's fine. I'm going to just try it because there's people over here there's nobody preaching the gospel on TikTok, brothers and sisters. Not that I know of. Not the true gospel. Not the gospel that's taught in here. So I understand, guys. I never got on TikTok, but my son, I worked on here for months because I'd already been on. I got 7, 8, 10 channels on this platform that I've done through the years. A bunch of them. I've done a bunch of them. There's some I've even forgotten about that I've done. It's crazy, some of the channels I've done. But my son is the one who told me, Dad, go over there. You'll blow up over there because your content, I know I can, and he was right. I went over there and bam, we went up, and up to 20,000. I was having 12 and 1,300 people in a chat. We got 27. I was having 12 and 1,300 people, a lot of people from overseas, Australia, where really the channel was massively growing in a short period of time, just like this one was. And so I want to get it so I can preach live over there. I want to go live over there and teach the gospel over on that platform, even if it's just an hour a day or something, half an hour a day. So if you do have TikTok, and I don't like it, like I said, I don't go on there anymore, ever. I don't, but if I can get enough people to give me updates every once in a while, I want to hit it, and I'd love to be able to go live over there. We used to have over 500 in here. I remember Lady in Red when we were coming up. Remember? We were coming up for the channel guys shadow ban. Thank you, Lady in Red, for remembering that. And if you go back and you look at a lot of the times when I released the videos on this channel about the 1024, about this celestial alignment, and they don't want people to know. It's quite obvious, okay? And a lot of it is that overlay map of the water, the map, where the feds have taken over all this land on the West Coast and have very little to do with what that. So I know what it is. But thank you, lady, for reminding me, because we were just knocking it out of the park in here too. For YouTube, this was one of the fastest growing channels on YouTube as well. It was by numbers, guys. Some of the stuff was 3,500%, growth. And I think now they unsubscribe just as many people as I get. Yep, there you go. You see it. It's in the maps. Maybe you went and looked at it, El Macho Grande, at the flood maps that I'm talking about that have happened before in history. And I'm not saying that this is going to happen this time, but there's a really good chance that it will. The chances of it happening are better than not in this point in time. I really, with all my research, feel that it is possible, very plausible at this point. So, and then it really it makes a lot more sense when you see, oh, wait a second, that matches the same water line. Like if water came up to the edge of a lake, it's like, wow, that's where it came up before. And now they're only wanting the land from where it came to. They don't want any of the land where the water washed up to, but they want all the land where the water didn't wash up to. It's weird. It's just like, it's a perfect, like putting a hand in a glove. Trust me, I didn't want to come across that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to, but that's what's gotten this shadow ban, guys. Let's not fool ourselves. There we go. This has been going on for a long time. That's hiding a lot of the precious metals and a lot of things in these parks, brothers and sisters, or their national reserves. And, you know what I'm saying? So, what I'm talking about is the is the cycles that have happened before, brothers, sisters, where you can go and look at the strata, the layers. Like there's layers behind me in our dirt that tell different events. Like each one of these would be different times, and kind of like rings on a tree tell the history of a tree. The dirt tells it by like an ice cream sandwich, and so you can go back and you can look at the salt, the salinity, that's the salt content, the specific gravity normally when that's dealing with water, but this isn't the case in our dirt, in our elements in the dirt. And so we can see not a 6,000 years ago that the water had flooded the whole earth, but a cycle where something pushed and raised the oceans, not a rain from above and waters from below, not a rain event, but an actual tilting or shifting of the tides, a tidal shift, continental tidal shift. Every continent was affected by it. These are the maps that I am showing you. You know what I'm saying? Nice, Pamela, nice. Yeah, sometimes this brain's hard to work with. It's a little overwhelming at times, but I deal with it. I don't know how. Holy crap, did I just drink a whole cup of coffee? Coffee. So, I don't want this to happen, but I do believe that before that event happens, brothers, sisters, that the weather will get very... Remember, in 2023, we shattered the low latitude aurora record. We've only never had two where it's normal to have the aurora, the lights up at the North Pole. They have aurora forecast up there, but not through our equatorial regions towards the equator, down towards where it's warmer, down in that area. That's very rare. It's only ever happened 2 times in a full solar cycle, 11-year solar cycle. 2 times, and it took massive high density, high proton dense ionized, deionized plasma to put that pressure on that magnetosphere, which then puts pressure on the earth, whether plate tectonics or whatever. I don't care which model you're using. It's still putting all that, solar radiation is penetrating through our crust, and then excites that magma underneath our crust, not a spinning ball in the middle, but magma under our crust, and heats that up, and it causes volcanism to increase. It causes the crust to be displaced. We're already starting to see this, earth rifting and cracking and fissures of not volcanoes, but inner earth coming out, hot floods of mud, mud fissures, mud volcanoes. This is already starting to happen, brothers and sisters. This isn't something I'm warning you about all this now for years. I've warned of this. But anyways, this has happened before, and this happens normally when we have high proton dense, ionized and deionized plasma. It comes in and it penetrates through the magnetosphere, which is our shields that protect us from this energy, from the solar wind, from coronal mass ejections, from solar filament releases, from these events, that there's more than just solar flares, brothers and sisters, and there's solar flares as well. But a solar flare normally would take a level about an X20, X30, like during the Carrington event in the 1800s, to cause that kind of equatorial latitude of auroras to be seen that low towards the equator. And it's only ever happened 2 times in 11 years since 1859. So going back to the 1800s. And in 2023, it didn't happen 2 times in 1 year. It didn't happen 3 times in 1 year. It didn't happen 4 times. We shattered the record. It happened five times in 1 year. And we didn't even have X flares. We didn't even have the energy to create them, and they were all the way down in Ukraine. They were seeing yellow, and auroras and red and in Florida and in Texas and Mexico and New Mexico, all these equatorial close down towards the equator we're seeing, and we still are. We just the other day we had more. They're like G7 geomagnetic storms. Brothers, sisters, that means that energy from the sun is penetrating our magnetosphere. Cool. Are you in Central Oregon? Macho Grande. Cool. Nice. I'm over in Silver Lake, so not too far, and we must not be too far apart from each other. So yeah, we had quite the aurora display here, guys. I'm in the high desert over here in Silver Lake. Oh, cool. LA Pine. Nice. So that gentleman's, we're not too far. We're about an hour and a half, I think I am, from La Pine, something like that, from my place, something like that. So cool. Remember when there was nothing in La Pine? The only thing in La Pine was the general store, the Wickiup Junction. That's it. There was nothing else there, just houses out there, just not too many. I remember when there was nothing there, seriously. That was it. Those holes there, I'm old. So I don't know how old you are there, Macho Grande, but at one time, I model La Pine, guys. This is a little town out here. And they've done such a good job. Well, not so much. I really like, Grande, that it's not, because you guys have a Bi-Mart and not a Walmart. You have a Ray's and not a Safeway. You got a, it's also the industrials they did a good job. I really do, Dollar Tree, whatever. They've kept it pretty, I remember when the Reed Market Road was way the hell out of town, the end of town. I think it will, though, Amash. I really do. Because look, remember here, I don't know, because we're in the same area. The High Desert Museum? I remember when that seemed like it was almost to La Pine. It did. It was so far, but now there's houses all the way from the High Desert Museum all the way to La Pine. So, I don't know. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy how much that, I went to Mountain View High School in the 80s, man. I'm old, okay? Mountain View, there was nothing back there behind Pilot Butte, nothing. Just a high school. No lava lanes, nothing was back there. Nothing was back there. That was way out of town. So, yeah, there was only one mall in Bend. There wasn't two malls, not all those turnarounds. Yeah, boy, Bend is competing, guys, with like Meridian, Idaho, and Eagle. Some of these places that were for one of the largest cities in the U.S. growing, brothers, sisters, is quite the... Bend is a very different city. La Pine, kind of unique town, guys. Again, I'm talking with Macho. He's in LA Pine. I call it LA Pine. But I model it out here, and I've used, because I've sat on the Chamber of Commerce, and I use this model of La Pine, Oregon, as my model. I'm like, look, guys, these people, because Walmart already owns property in Christmas Valley. Safeway already owns property in Christmas Valley. Igloo already owns property in Christmas Valley. So they were very interested in this area long before, again, when they were very interested in growing La Pine, and La Pine wouldn't let them. So they moved to the next nearest location, and which now we have the largest Dollar General in the state of Oregon right here in this little township of Christmas Valley. But I model LA Pine or La Pine because I told them that they did a really good job of not letting it overgrow. Not saying, okay, you can't come here, but instead of buying a big corporation like Walmart, they have a family-owned Bi-Mart. Instead of a Safeway, they have Ray's. That's local. They kept the growth very restrained and restricted, and it's a town where it's still kind of a one-lane town through the major end of town. Isn't that crazy? It's not even like Sisters is even grown out more than kind of La Pine, so to speak. I mean, deep how it's, and I know that La Pine's way bigger than Sisters, but what I'm saying, guys, is they've done keeping the major. There's some small industrial little arteries off of the main road, but it's more housing in La Pine than it is, a mass amount of business. And so it's a very good model for how a city can grow up, because Bend is right on its doorstep. I mean, biting at its heels, and has for years now. And it stayed pretty much the same nice little Lapine. So I think Lapine is a wonderful little town. The cops there are cop suckers at night, and they're like freaking dogs. But Army's not going there through night town, and you're fine if as long as you're a bootlicker and you'll lick their boot and show them your license and all that. They won't normally bother you, but they're a little aggressive at night. Other than that, Lapine's a really neat town, guys. And I model it, and they were pissed off out here in Christmas Valley where I live because I sat on the chamber, and yeah, it's so beautiful. But yeah, Oregon is a beautiful place. Lapine is gorgeous. Still is, guys. You can get way off the main road, guys, and it is that. There's some little arteries and stuff, but it's a really Redmond Airport would be the closest airport. Redmond Airport, LM, and you're welcome to come over here. You guys are welcome to come over to this side of the United States if you feel like it's calling out to your heart. Yeah, that's top G. Absolutely. They'll and over there they're arresting people for posts like YouTube or Facebook or Redmond Redmond. Redmond. I know, guys. I know, but it's there if something calls out to your hearts, man. Like I said, I've done open this place up for 10 years, try to get people to come out here. Nobody's came, so I know it's hard to just pick up and leave and with the D. Redmond. Redmond. There we go. Redmond Airport. That's not too far from Bend. Back in the day, there was nothing in Redmond, guys. Now there's an airport there, a prison out there. There's. Wait, no, that's out in. Oh, what's that out? John Day. No, that's not John. It's Prineville. My bad. So, yeah, no, seriously, guys. And what I'm talking about is take a 6-month break here. Let's get through 5 of 25. Since you're at least thinking about it, I'm going to put it in your head. It's in your head. But at least you're thinking about it. Remember 525, guys. Remember 5 of 25. I think I'm going to go make some more freaking coffee, man. I can't believe I'm going to make some more coffee. What time is it? I got a lot done today, guys. I'm pretty happy with the results of my work that I've been getting done out here, and I have about another 7-8 days where it's going to be pretty warm. So thank you, Father, for giving me a little bit more time here. I feel pinched, Theologos, for time, and I'm almost up to the top main wall on the shelter. That's like the biggest, one of the biggest walls that I have to be. Not that I actually have the largest wall already built. I just need to finish but that one doesn't go up as high and reach this ring. I don't know if you guys know, I'm building a shelter out here to try to, weather. It's for weather. It's not zombies or doomsday, or it's not a bunker. It's a shelter. It's a plasma shelter. Okay. It's a sun shelter to protect me from that sun that's going to rock your world. If you don't get rocked by the fire, you're going to get rocked by the water. And I don't mean flooded. Okay, you probably will be taken out by water, but you'll have a chance, just so you know, you guys. It's been really hot over there on the East Coast, guys. If you watch the weather goes, the Enzo or do you guys watch, who's your weather channels? Who are you watching on, who you guys watching here on the tube, the Hollow Needle channel? The Hollow Needle. Remember YouTube, the Fang, the Jab, the Hollow Tube, the sticker, right? Then the Biden, the double, put the double stick, the double Fang, and Mr. Biden, Stein. No. Who do you watch for your weather channels? Who you go into to get your weather from? Who's your favorite YouTuber? Who's the best weather YouTube channel on the internet? Let's see who if you guys can pick out by hand. There is one blogger that not any other channel can touch right now, hands down. He's standalone. I've recommended him before. Who's the best YouTube channel for weather? I go outside for my weather. No, seriously, weather is not hard, you guys. There's so much technology now, so many different models, so many different ways to actually just Google it and have no clue what it gives to me. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you guys some insane weather forecasters. and guys that do an amazing job. Okay, guys. So you can know a lot of these things ahead of time. You'll learn a lot. Okay. Yeah, this don't seriously. Okay. Ryan Hall, y'all. Whoop. He does a little thing at the end. Okay. Ryan Hall, y'all, is the best weather forecaster on the internet. There's nobody who can even come close to Ryan Hall, y'all. Hall, like, Hall, Daryl Hall and John Oates. Nobody knows what that is, Tracy. Like a Hall of Records. I said Daryl Hall, Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay, guys. Why I say Ryan Hall, y'all, is because Ryan live streams all the major events. If there's any derecho, anything in the U.S. happening, he is live streaming that event. He is live streaming that event. And then he has weather forecasts, modern day technology, not only that he's using and sells these weather stations, but then he has boots on the ground, brothers and sisters. He has all these people who buy these weather stations and then report back to him. So he's got a massive network of people during these events and can forecast them a lot of the times beforehand. Once it goes live, he streams the whole time. And then he has all these other forecasters that are there. Like, I'm not forecasting. I'm here and it's freaking blowing, we've got hailstones like tennis ball size. He has people, boots on the ground. Okay. During the most major events, there's nobody's going to cover the weather like Ryan Hall because he has all this network of people. And a lot of it's localized. So you got localized weather reporting back to him through meteorological different machine, different guys, barometric pressure, all these different things. He has these machines that you can even buy that are pretty decent and reasonably cost machines. And then if you want, you can report back to him through some of these things. You can become part of this network. His graphics are they're top notch. I mean, he uses all the models, but he has some of his own. The thing that I dig about Ryan Hall, y'all, is his channel is so big, guys, that people put a lot of money and give him a lot of money. They do. They just do. And whatever. And when you're good at something, people pay you for what you do. He takes the money that he gets from that channel, and he has sponsors and stuff. So he'll tell you other things that you can buy or whatever. He's not just. He takes that money after he's done, and then he goes and he live streams giving the people the money that's donated to him. And I'm not talking about like he puts cash in their hands, not a check. Like, here's $1,000, here's $2,000. Go get a hotel room. Go buy whatever takes all the money that a big portion of the money and then goes and donates it right back to the event that he was just covering. Dude's freaking rock star. Okay. He is amazing weather forecaster. He's got a kind of a neat little, his voice is just Ryan Hall, y'all. You'll see. Make sure you're subscribed to that channel. Okay. So subscribe to that channel. The other channel that I want to recommend that I've listened to him for years would be Direct Weather. Direct Weather. Yeah, you guys will like this because he'll do the maps. You'll get the model forecast weeks in advance, guys, and he'll show you how this heat, the oscillation, like a fan that goes back and forth, like we have a La Nina and an El Nino, a La Nina, like an oscillation. You'll know when that pattern's coming because normally when it's colder in the east, it depends on high pressure. If it pushes, it's going to push that heat back up. And so we get heat and cold, just going back and forth like this in the U.S. It's very seldom is the whole U.S. one solid pattern anymore. We don't have that. The weather used to kind of just flow itself from it. It still does, but we get weather from the north, weather from the south. The weather will push back up from the weather is not this normal pattern. We have been in a pretty normal pattern here recently in this El Nino, where we're getting this, Pineapple Express from out of the Pacific, and coming out of that band, and then it actually was lower this year. A lot of times it work its way up, and that sparks a lot of the monsoon season and bordering states to California, all this Arizona and stuff. But there's been a lot of change. But we were in, and I want to mention this to you, that we were in a El Nino. Okay, before that we were in 3 La Nina cycles. Okay, and a La Nina cycle is about seven years to the 11-year solar cycle. 11-year solar cycle, and it's that in between that 7 and 11 years of it switching over the oceans. That drag is what causes that La Nina and El Nino cycle. Okay, now we had 3. That's only ever been one time before, brothers and sisters. One time before, where we've had 3 continuous La Nina cycles. Okay, we just came out of that. It snapped back into El Nino, but it's going right back now into La Nina, mean cold, and we're dropping that. They started recording this in 1982, brothers and sisters. 1982 is when there was weather before then, but this is recorded. So I say in recorded history, I'm talking about 1982. We are going down faster into a cold spell than we ever have in recorded history since 1982, dipping back into La Nina. And I know what that is. That is the Atlantic heating up 2 years in a row at record heat. We're already starting to get, I already told you, when that AOMOC does not dump, brothers and sisters, it's over. We will 100% dip into an ice age, period. And we'll go fast. That makes it go faster than anything. Much faster, because as opposed to the heating off all the tops of the icebergs, that warm water doesn't slump under. It's called the AMOC, the Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, the Mid-Atlantic turning, the overturning or the oscillation, the slumping of that warm water in the Atlantic. Okay. Current goes down and it cycles itself back down and around. When it doesn't go down into, that's up towards like Nova Scotia, up there in the northern, upper port of the, not up in the Arctic up there, but, upper Canada, Nova Scotia up there. That's where that water that comes down from the Baja is real warm. It comes up there, comes all the way up the East Coast, and then it slumps back down, goes down in the ocean, and it cools itself off and it recycles. When the AMOC, brothers and sisters, switches, what happens is it doesn't slump. It goes straight up into the Arctic. Instead of warming from the top, an iceberg's just the tip. Imagine all that's down there, huh? You want just the tip? No, hey, you're going to get the whole melts, and then it changes the currents on our oceans, brothers and sisters. The weather, remember in school, the hydrocycle, how that was created? I mean, there's other factors, obviously, in this day and age, but that's a major factor on how the currents flow. That's why we're already seeing changes like this. When there's currents change, animals don't feed on certain areas because there's currents in changing, and that's why we see a lot of these animal die-offs already, because there already has been some changes. But this is the fastest way for this Earth to dip into a solar minimum, a grand solar minimum, a mini ice age, or a full-blown ice age. And it's happened before. The last time we were in an ice age, people think ice age, they think like Walt Disney, little chipmunks collecting acorns and woolly mammoths. We were in an ice age in the 1800s, a mini ice age in the 1800s, because of our sun, brothers and sisters, and the activity from our sun. So it could be the sun that could do it. It could be the ocean that can do it. There's a lot of things that can cause this to happen. But I want to let you know, we are dipping into a solar minimum already. We're at what, like 9,000 years into a 60,000 year, one of the 60,000 year cycles. There's a lot of things that are already happening. The solar cycle over the last 3 cycles, we're in solar cycle 25 now. There's been a little bit of uptick, but the last 3 11-year solar cycles, 33 years, the last, 24, 23, and 22, the sun's energy has slowly stepped down. You can see it. We're already, this global warming bullshit is just they're about ready to leave it. They already kind of did and went with climate change because they knew their whole global warming narrative was getting destroyed by that global warming goodness, right? Snow. Your children will never, it very could. This mid-Atlantic, Cody, some people are, and I don't think their predictions are, they have a lot of validity with what's going on already, that this thing could, these would be the months that it would happen, and this could be right here on our doorstep. And if not, then we'll probably, because the way that the cycle works, we'll have to go through another cycle, and maybe next year. Somebody's been paying attention. I appreciate you guys that are tracking in this. It's just a very interesting time to be alive, guys. And they're very well of this. These people who have all the money, they ride these cycles, guys. Don't act like these people don't know that these things, they're getting ready for this. Okay. They truly are knowing that this is coming, and you need to be getting ready for it as well, and hope for the best and prepare for the worst is all you can do. Don't live your life in fear. Fear is a good thing. Fear will get you up off your ass. You know what I'm saying? And do something to ease your fear. Oh my God, holy crap. Oh, well, I'm glad I did something about that. Holy crap. Well, science is there's nothing wrong with science, the scientific theory, the scientific method, but science now is flawed because science now is not disputed, and that's what science is. Disputing the narrative, the known, by theory and by, fact, and nothing is constant. So that's science, but most people don't even know. The ice age, and then we had a mini ice age. We had the adult minimum and the modern minimums. These were in the 17 and the 1800s. And no, you don't know science, Cody. You don't know science at all. You're just spewing. You're a demon, distributing lies and fortunes. True science is not what you just said. So don't lie about science. It has become, but true science. So don't make a translation, or you're a translator and you're distributing lies and fortunes. And technically, by definition, you're a demon. And I cast out demons out of this chat room. So don't distribute fortunes or lies. That's what Christ did. Low energy into the water judgments you'll go. No, I'm not judging you. I'll just throw you out of here. I'm not going to let you sit there and lie because you don't know science and spread lies to. So any more lies, I'll cast you out of here. You don't know anything about science, obviously, because that's not what science is. Just like astrology, brothers and sisters, and astronomy used to be very closely related, and now so there's a separation. But it's true that science is based on money. There's validity, but that's not what science is. That's a quarter truth, a half truth. That's not. Science is a theory studying the constant to dispute the known, the constant. It's never constant. That's what science is. That's called the scientific theory. That is what science is. Period. There's other things that are, because science, like has become funded. These people, he's 100% true. Cody is correct. I just don't want to be one of these, show how serious I am about this, that science now with their gain of function research, science, is a lot about these scientists it's just about funding. It's hush money. So Cody, you're all right. I hope you didn't bail out of here on me because you're right too, but that's not what science is. Science is this, but it's not based off of money. It has a tendency to now people to take hush money and not dispute the narrative. So younger dryas theories are all part of the cycle. These are part of the Heimlich events. These are all part of that AMOC and this cycle of the solar cycle, of this cycle that I'm telling you. We don't just have an 11-year cycle. We have many. We have a 400-year cycle. We have a 1,200-year cycle. We have a 12,000-year cycle. There are many cycles. You learn in school, the solar cycle is 11 years on the sun. Every 11 years, the magnetics, meaning the positive becomes negative, meaning your compass would be pointed down to the south if you lived on the sun. That happens every 22 years on the moon. But that's just one of many cycles within the same. They're like I said, I already just told you, we're what, 6,000 years or something into a 90,000 year cycle or something. I can't remember that. There's so many cycles within the cycles as well of our sun. So people won't pay attention to these things. Just like I'm trying to bring some, discovery to this celestial gas pinch, Theologos, this pinching, this pushing, this, between pinching our magnetics. And this was the same celestial gas giant alignment at the time of Christ. And that happened in 70 AD. 79 AD, excuse me. In 70 AD, Christ prophesied of the temple being destroyed, or the armies came in and destroyed all the buildings in Israel and turned them into literal gravel and plowed salt in the land so nothing would grow there again for a whole lifetime. That happened in 70 AD, and 9 years later, our earth got hammered. The earth went dark for 3 days, brothers and sisters. That's a pretty big event on this earth, okay? Because the earth was doing the same thing. Those gas giants were sliding into that magnetic, pulling on us and starting to put pressure. And the field strength of our magnetism, guys, back then was 100%, meaning we had a full thing of armor, like, bring it! Put on the armor of God to be able to stand against the wiles of the devil, right? Our armor strength was full. No chinks, no weaknesses, no nothing. Now our armor has been weakened by 40%. And we're going into the same celestial Jovian pinch. A dose, narrowing, theologo, pushing down by the magnetics from the 4 large gas giants, a celestial geometry, a squaring off of our 4 large Jovian gas giants, and we get pinned right in between the magnetism. We're going to get rocked, guys, and they know this. In my humble opinion, now I said if I had an opinion, I'd tell you earlier, this is why they did the COVID. This is why they've done this unlimited spending, because they know they're not going to have to pay this back after this event. If this event don't get us when we swing out and be the only one in front of the sun, either model, I don't care whether you're using this model or this model, we're going to be pinned out in, pinned between them. We're going to come around and be the only celestial body on one side of the sun with the remaining all 8 bodies in our solar system. I've never seen that before, brothers and sisters. I've studied for decades the stars, and I've never seen that alignment. And I'm a guy that finds, there's the same pattern, there's the same pattern there. I don't look for uniqueness. I don't look for one-off events. I'm not that guy. If you watch me, I don't say, oh my God, never before has happened ever again. Oh my God, we'll reinvent the wheel. No, I'm always telling you about a cycle, something that's happened since time and memorial, again and again and again and again and again. It's like a stinking wheel. It's like a bicycle wheel, and there's one stem on there. There's this event, and I'm like, now just after the event, after everybody got clobbered because they didn't jump, everybody's going to remember this. Did you see how many people that valve stem took out? Holy shit, look at all these people. So after the event, people definitely know. But once you start coming around that event, and it's been a long time, people forget about it. Then when you get up here, brothers and sisters, and you start talking about it, because like a tsunami, you don't want to go out there and tell people when the wave's already coming. You got to go out when the water pulls back to tell them, hey, guys, go get out of the way. These people take their lawn chair and follow the water. This guy's crazy, right? Look at him. Oh, honey, let's go try to chase the water, right? They want me to go out there. I can't save my ass. I can't say tsunami. When the wave's coming, we're already both toast. So I'm coming around that wheel. And this is where we're at right now, brothers and sisters. I'm not saying we're here. But see, this is what I'm trying to tell you is people forget about this event that happens, and we come all the way around here with this valve stem, and I'm trying to tell you to jump and get the f*** out of the way. They're like, what are you talking about, man? What's this guy talking about? What's this guy talking about? Oh, it's going to happen again because it's just a cycle. I only tell you about things that happen again and again and again and again. I'm not a one-off guy. Oh, my God, never before. Just so you understand, I use the bicycle wheel and the valve stem theory. if you will, to explain why I do what I do. Because I want you to be able to jump or get the hell out of the way before it's too late. Oh, honey, let's get the chairs. They go take those lawn chairs and their towels and they follow the water out of the, like, whoa. When the water pulls back, you're supposed to get the hell out of the way, but people don't, brothers, sisters. And I go out there and I sound that warning way ahead of time, not when the wave's there and I'm standing on the beach and now we're both screwed. I send out an early warning for you, okay? That's what God has designed me to do, okay? I'm a messenger. I can't help it. I was born in the city of messengers, Los Angeles. He sent me as his messenger to profess the celestial geometry, these celestial markers. This was the same marker, the same geometry, except for the two large gas giants, Uranus and Neptune, switch places, but they still square off, forming this square. That doesn't happen, but about every 2,600, 79, about roughly every 3,000 years. It is a cyclical event. That's why we have these raising and lowering of our oceans. Not a flood event 6,000 years ago, but between 100 and 400 feet, there's a raising and lowering, and they don't talk about these cycles. They'll shut up about it and keep the general public. The general public doesn't even know we've entered into the age. We're in the last book of Revelation, the book of the Apocalypse, because the firmament is declared that so. Look for the man when you go to the city with the water, right? That's where we're at right now. That already happened with another conjunction. Welcome to the new age. To the new age. Whoa, right? This is it. Revelation, to reveal, to remove the cover, to lift the apocalypse, to pull off the cover, to lift the veil. Whoa, right? We're already there. The firmament declares the handiwork of God when Saturn, this celestial marker right here, remember he said there would be signs in the signs in the sun and signs in the moon, right? That's Matthew. These would be signs in the stars. But remember that king star that I was telling you? Created the star upon a star, which is known as the Star of David or the Star of Bethlehem. You guys see that star underneath there? Okay, this is the sign that the wise men, these wise men were pointing up and looking up. Remember, they were on their camels looking up for that celestial star marker, right? Which birthed an age from fire to water, right? Well, when we saw Saturn, the time marker, conjunct, just like at the Star of David or the Star of Bethlehem, which was known as the Great Conjunction, a star upon a star, an eclipse, if you will. We saw these two one, Jupiter and Saturn. Welcome to the apocalypse. Welcome to the last book in Scripture. Welcome to the 12,000 year extinction cycle. Welcome to the 6th extinction event. On 12/20/21, we entered the new age, and the firmament declared that, not man. I just showed you how the firmament declared in the stars this celestial marker. I don't mark my body with these things for no reason. I mark my body so I can teach these celestial understanding, celestial knowledge that people are not looking up. And he said to look up for your redemption, the Redeemer, not Red Dead, but you're redeemed, the one who paid the price. I'm going to come back and pick you up. I already bought you. You already paid for. Now you must endure the end if you want me to pick you up and redeem you. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. I will prepare a place as a house of many rooms. I will come back. No, it's not a sin. Under this testament, you're not supposed to mark or cut your body, but it's not what goes most, MOSTHI, it's not what goes in a man that defiles a man. It's what comes out of him or a woman. We're not under that covenant anymore. Hallelujah. It's not of the flesh. There's nothing of the flesh or it's already been fulfilled. Hallelujah. So it's not what, that's a tattoo machine, not a gun. Don't call it a gun. Okay. It's a machine. They work with it. It's not a, yeah. So anyways, it's not what goes in a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of him. So it does tell us in scripture not to mark at our body, though. It does tell us that, but we're not under that covenant of the flesh anymore. Hallelujah. Yep. The Most High does not dwell in temples or houses made what? Hands. Twice he said that. Your body is a temple, brothers and sisters. Christ is not in the sky. God is not above your head. Christ is inside of you. Hallelujah. That's right. He fulfilled that covenant of the flesh to come back and save all flesh. There was only 2 houses that were allowed into the temple, brothers and sisters. That was Aaron and Levite. Otherwise, you were a Gentile and you were going to hell. You couldn't even enter into the temple. The 613 laws, statutes, commandments only applied to 2 houses, Aaron and Levite. Otherwise, kick rocks. Get the f out of here. Leave. You're not coming in this temple. I don't go to hell. That's God of the old. Remember? I am. It's a good thing he sent his bride, right? Or not the bride. He sent the groom. He sent his son, the only begotten son of the Lamb, as David declared him, the Lamb of God, correct? Not the other Jesus or the other gospel, but the true Hamashiach, the one who said, let no man take your crown, the one who holds the inheritance and is the high priest and the head of the church now. And the body of Christ is the temple, not crackers and grape juice, not fallen angels or aliens, but the sons of God, those that you'll be with after you die when you leave this flesh. Your family, not your uncles, your aunts, your nieces, your no, your sons, your daughter. The sons of God, those that do the will of the Father, your brothers, your sister, and your mother. The inheritance. I'm going to leave this place. I'm going to come back and redeem you and take you where my Father is at. You will be, correct? Hallelujah. That is his bride. Those are the ones he chose. Well, you can say hi. He's coming over, girl, to say hi to the dad. Oh, they're saying hi to the dad. You're saying hi to the dad. Oh, it's her love. She's a emotional girl. She's a good girl. Oh, she's a good girl. This is a farm kitty, so she ain't your little average little kitty, okay? This is a savage. See that? See, I'm a savage. See those lights turn on? Red and green. So, flesh is only on earth. So, do you have flesh in the afterlife? Well, afterlife, yes, you will have flesh because your afterlife is the gospel. The only way you're not getting flesh is if you don't need it because you have been an eternal gnashing of teeth. You don't need a new body to come back to this earth, right? If you're stuck in the abyss, right? You only need a new body if you come back here and you're ruled, which would be the earth, and then you receive your inheritance, the gospel. Those that will rule this earth will be the heavens, not something above your sky. Heavens is not somewhere in the sky. Heavens is the ruling class. Dead people aren't in the sky. That's the world. People think that dead people go to the sky. They're idiots. That's not what the word of God tells us. God is not in the sky. Dead people are not in the sky. That's why God divorced his bride, because they thought God's in the sky. That's here now. The millennial reign with Christ is here now, brothers and sisters. We are in that age. There will be no 1,000 years after. No, he's here with us now. Don't twist that and get that twisted. Okay? Because there is a time when he takes evil from this earth. There will be no evil on this earth. That is the inheritance. That is when you will rule this earth, if you are so lucky to have received and let no man take your crown, as he tells us. So There is no millennial reign with Christ. That's rapture bullshit. There's going to be some, that's nonsense. Pre-trib getting, no. He said, I'll put 1 foot on the land, 1 foot on the sea. You'll be changed in the twinkling of an eye. The twinkling of an eye. The twinkling of an eye. Time will be no more. So there's no 1,000 years. That's the problem with people thinking that he's coming back and he's here with us right now. Satan's realm, but he's here with us now. But they think he's in some church. They think he's some other Jesus. They think he's right there inside of every. People don't get it because they're caught up in the flesh. They're caught up in buildings, houses made by hands, caught up by religion. Think they're going to get raptured out of here early, you know, or there's something after. No, this place will be destroyed with fire. That's right. That's what he says. I've seen enough of this hokey pokey, turn yourself around. Remember, he brought the fire before. He's going to bring the fire again to cleanse this earth. We can't use water. That worked 6,000 years ago. Obviously, I don't think they quite had the tech that we have going right now. They didn't have depleted uranium bullets like we used in Desert Storm, Desert Shield that have a half shelf life of 25,000 years. Vinyl chloride that you cannot get rid of, the most toxic man-made chemical known in our history. Vinyl chloride. You can't get rid of it. Cesium 130. You want me to keep going? We have made things on this earth that only fire could get rid of in this cycle. Just so you know, he's going to bring the fire this time because that's the only thing that will cleanse the filth and disgust that we have done to this earth. Water would not work. So, what is the Satan? Is he? Satan means adversary to God. Don't make it something that's not. Define it and don't add or jot a tittle to the word, the definition, the aletheia. He said, I am the hados, the aletheia, and the horizo, the way, the truth, and the light. The only way you're going to get that light is not to pervert it, twist it, or change the meaning. Satan. Do you celebrate birth? You're a Satanist. You know anybody celebrates a birth? You're a Satanist. That means the adversary. In opposition. You're an apostasy. You are an antichrist. You're either with Christ or you are antichrist. There's no in between. But does Satan see something? You don't know Satan. You don't. You're Blueberry. You've been smoking too much Blueberry, man. Lay off smoke a little more sativa or something. Maybe it'll get you a little more. You seem like you got your like clamp Velcroed ass to the couch or something. You've been watching too much television. Your questions are kind of weird. So seriously, or did you take the? Something's wrong with some of this. No, you lay off. Okay, get out of here, Blueberry. You're not welcome here. I've seen your fruit. You don't mean anything serious. You're just in here playing silly little kiddie games. We're in here trying to mature. So just leave. You can come back next time. Don't speak filthy swine. So you can leave or you'll be moderated. Don't come back. Wait 24 hours and you come back again. Don't put anything in like you did last time. You're welcome to come back. I'll ban you every time because I'm into the DJ Shorts Blueberry, but I can't get any of that. I don't know where any of that's at. So, yep, I don't put drugs in my body. Well, I did. I just had some caffeine. So caffeine's a drug. Okay, anyways. Guys, I'm going to take me a 5-minute break here or something. Go check on my hip campers out there. And make sure they're doing all right. I have to check my messages. It's been subverted by satanic churches. Yes, all churches are satanic. All churches are satanic. The Christian church is a Satan church. The Mormon church is satanic. The Baptist, the Southern Baptist, the Protestant, the Presbyterian, the Lutheran. Did I say the Christian church? Satanists. They're all Satanists. Yep. They worship birth, celebrate birth, and only Satanists celebrate birth. So if you want to know somebody's a Satanist, if they celebrate birth, or he tells us to take up our cross daily. If you want to know somebody's not taking up their cross that doesn't love God, they're not out there exposing. The celebration of self, the birth of self, that is Satan, and only Satanists celebrate birth. They didn't celebrate birth dates at the time of Christ, and the only people who did was the birth of the sun god. And like Herod, there's 2 in all of Scripture. You don't have to even... There's only one version of the Bible you should be reading, Scripture. Please tell them what it is. Not Lady in Red. She won't. She'll cheat. Let's see. Gold, which version of the word are you reading? Or do you have a recommendation for people to read? Oh, she did it. I knew she's going to do it. Oh, you got stepped on there, okay? There's only one version, okay? That she should be reading. Everything else you can archive and read it later. Gold is the Interlinear Textus Receptus, okay? That's both the canonized 4-volume set of the definition, word study, one word at a time, in the original dialect that it was written in. The dialectus, the original language, either Hebrew Old Testament, Greek. The New Testament is just you're fine. I knew you were going to do it. You're so awesome. You're the best, lady. I wish you weren't married. I come ask you to come hang out with me. So I'll stop doing that. But this lady is super duper, guys. I need a woman that can hand me the nails before I run out. If I'm up there on the ladder and I frickin', my nail gun is running low and there's nothing in my tool bag and I've run out, she's already going to go when she sees me down to one more rack of nails and get them before I run out, she'd be like, see, here. So thanks, Lady in Red. You're that woman, I need the nails. I don't have to ask. So I appreciate that. So I try to say, you're like, oh, there's the nails. Ha ha. I already knew you were running out, Tracy. So thank you. You're an amazing, moderator, Lady in Red. I do appreciate. So if that made sense earlier, Gold, you need to be reading your Interlinear Textus Receptus. That way it's canonized. I'm not saying you can't read the Lost Books. You can't read Jasher or Lilith. You can't read the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can't study outside. There's tons. I have a library full of books I read out of. But he said, I am the Petra, which is the rock. And he told you to build your house, your temple, upon the rock and not on sinking sand. So don't be reading this watered down milk. I call it the Motel 6 Bible. Right? Your hotel Bible, the one that's watered down version of the Word of God. It's not in the original language that it was written in. So everything else is trash compared to that. Is it worth studying? Absolutely. I might disagree with some things. Oh, thanks to God, anxiety. Thanks to God. Thank you for the support of the channel, man. Thank you, my fellow bearded brother, man. I do appreciate the edification, but it truly is God doing this, man. It's such a blessing to have people like you come in to help edify me, knowing that his work is being done here and it's actually having an effect. I'm not just sitting here spinning my wheels, round and round like a revolution, going around and around like a rat, on a wheel, going nowhere fast. So thank you for showing me that there's progress that's God is making through this ministry, and having you here too is a blessing. I thank you for your testimony. And God, he does that. He beats the snot out of us, guys. He beats the things out of us that he does not approve of. And that's the rebuking that he does inside of us to make us not want to do the things that we did that were not is upright. I'm not telling you you're some kind of saint because you do these things, but you just don't do the things of the world less and less and less and less and less. And it just doesn't, you don't want, like, for example, guys, I used to be so hooked on sugar, man. I'd eat so much candy. I love sugar. It was awesome. Whatever. I just didn't even care or whatever. It's like, I was so healthy. I was always strong, 6-pack, and just, and that candy was going to bother me. Right. It was just something that, I was fit. I didn't have to worry, but it was not good for me. And hopefully I'll pass that. But my point is, you guys go down that aisle, in the aisle, they got it at like the Piggly Wiggly or the Walmart or the Alphabet or the Safeway, whatever chain you're shopping at. and it's got the zebra stripes, and there's like a whole wall. Sometimes there's aisles, like it's like brownies, cosmic brownies, and Susie Q's, and ding dongs, and ho hos, and all that. Like all this, I look at that aisle and that looks disgusting now, just absolutely disgusting. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, you found gold. Did you get what I said about the interlinear Texas Receptus? Keep all those books you have and whatever you've been studying, great, but you need to build your house upon the rock. So I want to get you to original version of the word, not translated, literal canonized. Canonization means that they went through and they studied the definition and made sure that get it as close as they possibly could to the original language it was written in. Now, of course, you had 150 Christians, 150 Catholics. This was some sort of translation, but they did, as I tried to tell you, to use that lexicon, to use that definition as their base. That is what your interlinear Texas Receptus is. Written in the original language, transliterated. Not translated, but transliterated, as close as they could get to the definition, so you can pull out one word at a time, okay? One word at a time by a number, and that number goes in a separate book, so you can see how many times it was said and who said it. You take it to your definition first, your dictionary. A Hebrew dictionary is called a lexicon. A Greek dictionary is called a Greek lexicon. It's a dictionary, like a Webster's Modern Day English Dictionary. You'll use your dictionary to define the one word. Just do a word study. It's amazing. You don't need to read it like a book. Study the word so you know what they're talking about before you go try to read the book. Got to know the definitions, what you're reading, before you know what the hell you're talking about, right? Makes sense? So you read the definition first. You take it to your concordance. You say, oh man, that word was written 10 times. Here's who said it. Paul said it 3 times. Peter said it here. Mark said it here. Christ said it twice. And then you can look in a separate book. It's a cheat code. Don't use that book like that and just read who said it. Don't use where it said. This makes it easy so you don't have to thumb through. Stop trying to make it easy and stop cheating yourself. Look through the book. Use it as a cheat code. Oh, now it's written 10 times, and I can see it's written here, 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 here. Now go back to where it's written. This is so you don't have to look. No, go back to where it's written and read who said. Now read the definition first. Okay, we're talking about judgment. It said, thou shalt not judge. Okay, Old Testament, Old Genesis, first book, right? There's the first time. Oh, it's written here. Now it's saying, now read 2 or 3 passages before, read 2 or 3 passages afterwards. Oh, it's written here in the book of Kings. Oh, here it is in 2 Samuel. Here it is, there's read it and read 3 or 4 passages, chapters before. When you read the definition first, who said it and how in the setting it was said, you're not going to have that just reading over a word and thinking that you in your head, you think you got figured it. No, you know the definition of it. You see how it's said here in this context here, in this context. Oh, this is starting to come to life. This one word means a whole different meaning now. This is how you study. Okay, but listen, I'm giving you a KJV version. This is the King James version of the canonized text, okay? Of the canonized. Yeah, I know. I need to stop making coffee. You're the best. I love all these freaking Tracy. Wake up. I can't help it. You know it, Lady in Red. The gospel just overtakes me. I just want to make sure that gold is understanding, and I do thank you again, Anxiety, for coming in here again and edifying this channel again with the work is being. This ministry is God's will being done. So thank you. But you're a team. How awesome is that? I'd love to hear what you just said. That is freaking awesome, inspiring. Did you guys hear what darn it, why isn't my channel doing anything? I think I just pinned your comment. Did you hear what was it Liber for gold? I think it's a little bit of gold. Oh, a little bit of pure gold. Did you hear what little bit of pure gold guy said with the testimony? They said that they're a couple and they read a word of God together. That is freaking inspiring. I love that. It's like my son and his wife. They read the book together. And I love that when couples read together, because that's how it's supposed to work, brothers, sisters. You're supposed to be a team. Okay. The husband is supposed to take the lead. The woman is supposed to be subservient to the man when it comes to the teaching of the gospel. And that's it. You treat a woman's body like you, what is this? Why is this? All right, I pinned your message. I didn't know I did that. That's just when it comes to the teaching. And you're supposed to learn together. So you treat a woman like you treat the church. You treat a woman like you treat your own body. So it's not like you're subservient to her, meaning like, get me a beer, bitch, because the word of God says to get up and do what I tell you. That's not what it means by be subservient. I apologize for my female dog. That's forwarding the word of God, and God, you're a Jezebel. You are. You're twisting and forwarding the word of God. When a woman is supposed to be subservient to the man, it's when it comes to the church, when it comes to the teaching of the word of God. No, honey, we're not going to that birthday party. I don't care what your, best girlfriend says. She's a freaking Satanist, and I don't want you, actually, I don't want you to sup and hang around with her anymore. You can't keep hanging around with vipers and eventually not, want to bite somebody. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, remember? So you can't hang out at the trap house or the drug house or go to the ladies of the night there and hang out at the shop and say, hey, what do we get for $10 eventually? Or, yeah, what do it's, yeah, you don't sup with people that are unrighteous, doing unrighteous things. Show them the narrow way and then rebuke them, but don't sup with them. That's not, God doesn't want us to hang around. That's why I let people hang in here, brothers, sisters. We're not going to let people hang in here that aren't producing fruit for this channel. Okay, so that's what this channel is all about. Like the testimony Anxiety just gave us, the testimony that Little Bit of Gold gave. Hey, we study together. We, this is what we're doing here. Maybe, no, maybe anything. By the glory of God, I apologize that a Little Bit of Gold came in here, and we're going to, Lady in Red's going to drop a link for a Little Bit of Gold to Grace and Truth Ministries, and you found home with you and your husband. All glory to God. You're going to love it. I can tell already. If you're seeking, you shall find. You say you're studying, that's like, oh my God, I need a wife, right? I was asking Lady earlier, she wasn't coming on to my moderator. No, it's not about a job or a wife or life. It's about the word of God. It's about understanding that word. Seeking, you shall find. Ask, and he will show you. So you must have been seeking, and he just gave it to you. So all glory to God for all people who find this channel and find grace and truth. It's God doing it, though. So, guys, I love you. I appreciate it. This channel is really, it is such a blessing, and that's why I want to drop one more quick thing, and I will go take my break. Everybody now that has TikTok, please go over, and if you don't, it's okay. And if you want to subscribe to TikTok, if you don't, great. I want to get that channel up to 1,000 subscribers so that I can strictly preach the gospel back on that channel. I want more eyes, guys. I'm not trying to be selfish. This is what he tells us to do. Go out and share it. Don't hide it. And I'm hiding the gospel because I'm not putting any effort into TikTok anymore. So I'm hiding it. I have the ability, so let's do it, guys. It's going to probably take me months to get you guys in here to even come close. I don't even know what the channel is at. I don't go on there anymore. I don't like the channel, but I don't care. It's not about life ain't Burger King. You can't always have it your way. So I need to get that TikTok channel up to, oh yeah, no, I'm not leaving. This will be the base. I'll spend 10 hours in here and 1 hour. I'll only spend 1 hour on TikTok for every 10 hours or something. I'll make it a rule. No, this is the body. This is the main channel. There's nobody preaching the gospel over there, brothers and sisters. There's no true gospel on TikTok. I don't go. I haven't been over there. Michelle White, M7 White, she's a sister from Grace and Truth. She mirrors Brother Jim's teachings on there on the channel by putting his, videos up, but nobody's teaching the gospel over there, guys. We're needed over there. Okay. So you don't have to go over to that platform and even be on there if you don't want to. But if you'll help me get that channel up to 1,000 followers, you're subscribed to this channel, follow the TikTok Predestined for Light channel. Let's get it up to 1,000 followers so we can go live over there. I want to go live on that channel, guys, so that this week I want to preach the gospel over there. I want to teach and preach the gospel. It's not being taught over there. That is such a nasty, filthy, filthy, filthy platform. But it doesn't matter. Let's just preach. I'll be very tailored when I go over there. You know what I'm saying? I'm still hungry, guys. That's right. I'm still hungry. It's because I need to, and if you can help me, great. And if it doesn't ever happen, I'm totally cool with this. This channel doesn't have to grow, but I would like that one to grow up to 1,000 so we can go live over there. And then you guys can join me over there too in a room. If you'd like to come into the room and talk, you can't do that on TikTok. Okay. We can do it here. I want to bring somebody on. Okay. I'm not going to do it tonight, but tomorrow, who wants to come on tomorrow on this channel? Who's got enough, cojones to come on here with crazy Tracy and do a side-by-side? Anybody wants to come on? Let's start planning this, guys. I said I wanted to do it. Nobody ever came up. Don't act like I forgot. I'm like, that sucks. I put that out there 4 or 5 times and nobody took me up on it. And it's okay if you don't. I know not everybody wants to get up on here and talk. You don't have to. Don't feel pressured at all to do that, okay? You know what I'm saying? But I want to bring people on this channel. We can do it here. I can only do one person on TikTok. I can do multiple people in the chat. I think 8 or something in TikTok, a lot, quite a few people. We can church in there, guys. We could all get in the same room and have a discussion where we're not limited like this. We can all literally talk to each other over there. To heck with that platform. We'll make it our own thing. That's the way that stream was. If I just would have stuck to the gospel, brothers, sisters, didn't upload all this gas giant pinch in the water, that channel would still be going. That's what hurt me. And then my First Amendment audits of the law enforcement officers didn't help the channel too. That back to back, I uploaded an audit, and there's not a lot of audits on TikTok, and a lot of water over it. That's it. Bam, the live stream was shut down. So, you know what I'm saying? I just want to, guys, there's 20,000 followers that were on Predestined for Light on TikTok. Okay. There's the FOR channel and the number 4, like you're on in this one. The FOR channel was the main channel over there. When I first made the channel, I tried to make Predestined the number 4 light, wasn't available. As soon as I made Predestined FOR light, it said it was available. I'm like, are you freaking serious? So I just used that channel as the main. The FOR channel is locked. I can add content to it, but I can't go live. And it always, a lot of times, it won't upload. So that I'm channel shadow banned out of that channel. I do have an open channel, though. It's Predestined4light, like this channel, the number 4. Does anybody, can you tell me now, and I'm going to go take my break, does anybody want to go over and subscribe to TikTok? Does anybody want to go subscribe or follow? Because it's follow on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube. Is anybody into doing that for me? You don't have to go over there. If you do, will you tell me? You can put it in here. I'll go back in the screen and look and tell me how many followers are on the Predestined for Light channel. If you want to go over there for a minute and just find out too, you don't have to, guys. If you don't want part of TikTok, I understand. I never wanted. My son told me, Dad, go over to TikTok. I'm like, nope. Hell, I don't like that. He's like, Dad, come on. Remember Bitcoin? You got it. Please, you are going to freaking blow up on TikTok. Your channel is awesome, Dad. I've watched your channel and I like your content, and you just don't have enough eyes. Dad, if you go over there, I've been watching your YouTube channel now. You've been on there for a few months. You started that one back up. Dad, you've done this for a long time. Remember, like 10 years? You're shadow banned, Dad. You've been working your ass off on YouTube, and I'm seeing you're not getting, you're like, 71 subscribers. Yay! You don't care about the numbers, but you would blow up so fast on TikTok, Dad. There's nobody doing what you do over there. Take it to TikTok. And I was like, all right, son, I got to listen to you. And I went over there, and he was exactly right. Boom! The channel just, again, 1,200, 1,300, people in a chat. It was a good run. We had a real good run until I decided I should have known. It took me 25 times to upload that water overlay video. I knew what I was doing. I knew as soon as I overlaid that water overlay video, the channel would probably be taken down. So I warned everybody well ahead of time on my platform. This channel is about ready to be shadow banned. I need you to go subscribe to my backup channel, because if I go down, this is going to be the last you see me. I never talked to a lot of those people ever again. They never saw me again. And it could happen here, but that's what happened over there. And I tried for months months to get my 20,000 plus followers to subscribe to the backup channel, but they just wouldn't do it. So it is what it is. That's why it was like no harm, no foul. It didn't break my heart. They didn't want to follow me over there. They didn't want to hear my stuff. I put my channel going, gave them their gone off, and just never went back and uploaded anything else. And I pulled some videos from there over to this channel, but I'm not producing any more content. I will not produce any content for that platform. I will only live stream. The content will go here. This is the home. This is the base. I don't care what happens to that channel. I would just like to see the Predestined4light channel get up to 1,000, because we can drag a few of you over there and go spend an hour over there. We can come back over here. We can flip-flop back and forth, but then we can actually have live discussions there where you guys can come in the room, and instead of talking through your keyboard, you can come into the room and we could have an open discussion. You know, everybody can step and walk all over each other, whatever we figure out how to do it. So anybody game? Anybody game to go over to TikTok if you were on that platform and at least let me know. I'm going to take my break right now. 33. Christ was 33 when he passed. Okay. Want to go over there, check for me, see how many followers are on the Predestined4light channel. Check out a little bit of the content, if you will, over there. Let me know what's going on over there. I don't go over there. And let's get that channel up to 1,000 subscribers. I'm going to keep beating you on this, guys. I got to get that channel up to 1,000 subscribers. I want to teach the gospel over there. It's not being taught. Okay. So I don't like TikTok. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's disgusting. I have to self-censor everything I say on that channel. It's hard to blog on that channel, guys. It is hard to live stream on that channel. You'll see me over there. I can't talk like this. I can't talk like this, like I talk on TikTok. I've been taken down 30 times over my live stream down for hate speech. What is that? It's crazy. You can't say the word retarded on TikTok. Just that one word would have had this stream right now. Boom, hate speech, gone. By saying that word, like I've tried it. I'm like, dude, what the hell just happened in that live stream? I went back, I looked, I went through back the live stream, and then I looked what I said. I was talking about, was trying to tell people like a carburetor or like a throttle screw on your throttle, it can either be advanced or retarded. Boom, that live stream would be down right there, guys. Do you hear me? Did you hear what I just said? I couldn't even use that one single word. I was like, okay, I don't think they couldn't have banned me for saying that a carburetor's throttle are retarded. I'll go back on, I'll live stream for a little bit, I'll get it going, and then I'm going to say that again and see if that's what it was. Yep, and they said hate speech is what it was. Banned for hate speech because I said that a throttle could be either advanced or retarded. And look how many times I just said it, guys. I can't say that word on TikTok. I can't even say the one word. It's very hard to live stream over there, guys, just so you know. You got to imagine in my brain, I've had 12 to 1,300 people in the chat. I'm holding conversations in my head like I do 5 or whatever conversations. And I'm live streaming, talking and responding to the live streams. And I've got to self-censor everything I say. It's a very hard platform to do what I do on, just so you know. So don't think that will last a long time if we get it up, because they self-censor everything over there. It is incredible how hard it is in my brain to think about what I'm saying so that I know there's certain words, just like the one word I told you, that will immediately, and I'm telling you guys, you say it in that fast because there's an algorithm. It's not like somebody came in and made a complaint for hate speech. It hears that word and the algorithm picks it up and bam, the system shuts it down. So it's not easy. I'm making it very hard on myself to do this, but it doesn't matter to me. Okay. It doesn't matter to me because if even one person hears it, guys, the gospel over there, it will be worth our efforts. Okay. It really will. In my eyes, I wouldn't even put the time and effort into it. Okay. The TikTok needs the gospel, guys. It needs your brother Tracy to go over there and spread the good news, okay? And I have been shadow live stream for just preaching the gospel over there. Like, what did I say? Holy cow, I was just teaching the gospel. So I could even be put down over there for teaching the gospel. I would think about other platforms, but I'm not going to get the numbers that I'm going to get off TikTok. I could do a lot of the others. I could do Twitch. I could do Twitter, I could do Rumble, I could do all those things, brothers and sisters, but I'm not going to get the numbers that I get in front of the eyes and the ears. Because there are very few people who hear this message, brothers. If you're hearing this message loud and clear, you are so blessed. God does not remove the eyes from most people, brothers and sisters. They do not have the scales removed, and it falls on deaf ears. You can sit there and talk to somebody until they're blue in the face. You are blue in the face. It's not going to make a difference, brothers and sisters. Okay, it's not going to make a difference. Okay, but if he gives that seeing eye, the scales are removed in that hearing ear, you are blessed. Okay. So, okay, what would you do for a Kit Kat bar, huh? What would you do for a Klondike bar? I'm not saying that I wouldn't, guys, but as of now, thank you much, and I will. I'm not, but my base is here, guys. I don't need to do that. It's making life harder, but I will, so that I'm doing it so we can talk together, guys, so we can come in and speak together as a community. Oh, I think I got some coffee left. Good. I don't need to make a whole nother cup of coffee. Don't do that, Tracy. It's starting to get cold in here, guys. Woo! What's our temperature? I think it's better to put on it. Go outside, mama, go potty. Go, mama, go potty. I'll let you back in. Let me know when you want to come back in. What are we getting in your temperature-wise? Ooh. Yeah, it's starting to. Guys, I'm going to have to put on some sweats here or something. It's 59 degrees in the cabin. I didn't realize it was that chilly. We might even switch over to our beanie here. Woo! Maybe we'll get to concentrate a little bit more with the hat. The hat's so... What's with the people with the hat? Can't you wear a stinking hat and people are just losing their minds? All right, we'll go back with the beanie. Going back to the beanie. To the beanie. Are you guys ready for winter? You guys, if winter broke, sometimes winter can break in less than a week, guys. It happens. You got everything you need for winter? Are y'all winterized? You got all your wood? You got all your seams, anything, all the winterization of your house ready to go? You got enough propane in your propane tanks? You got a backup heat source? Got a way to heat your house other than just electric? If you're one of those that lives, kind of on the grid. Oh yeah, more coffee. All right, I've got the coat on now and the hat, so we're warmed up here. So again, guys, it's not a deal breaker if you don't go over to TikTok. I don't like that platform at all. I really don't. But it'd be cool to get some of you guys in it. What are we doing, Meter Pants? Meter Pants, guys. Yeah, I'm having a coffee snap. I don't know. Actually, I already ate some chicken. So stop it, Meter Pants. Meter Pants. We got Mr. Toggle over here. Him's hanging out too. Mr. Pants is here. Hanging out with his dad. Hanging out with your dad. You want to say hi? You want to say hi, Mr. Pants? That's my yacht boy. That's my yachter boy. He's such a good boy. He's loving on his dad. All right, come over here. Get over here. You come over here and say hi. What are you doing? You being crazy? Are you being crazy like your dad? Are you crazy like dad? Are you crazy like your dad? Yes, you love dad. You love your dad. You love the dad. No kisses. No kisses. Only dad gets to give kisses. He wants a kiss. Do you want a kiss? You want to give dad a kiss? Oh, what's that? What's that? What's yours? Let me see those. Where's yours? Where's yours? What? Hey, psst, what? He's not putting his ears up, guys. He has the most beautiful ears. Where'd he go? See those ears? He's got the most beautiful ears. He always puts them down though. Was that the cat outside? they're like antennas, guys. Can you see that? That's the dog. This is the dog that I breed here. This is like the, this is what it's supposed to look like. You want to come in, girl? You want to come in, girl? You guys are good kids. I love you boys. You guys are my best puppies I ever did have. You are the best guys. You were the biggest dog ever, puppy dog. All right, 20 of you guys still hanging out here. Hanging out. Dad's got to go water the bushes, guys. I think it's that time. What are you doing, Mr. Pants? What are you doing, Mr. Pants? What are you doing? What are you doing? You just trying to love on the dad. He's trying to love his dad. He's trying to love the dad. I love this guy. He's such a good puppy. He's such a good puppy. He's such a good boy. Are you saying hi to the kitten? What are you doing? Saying hi to the kitty? Are you being crazy? Are you being crazy? Are you being crazy? Are you being a crazy puppy? What are you doing? What are you doing? Where's the pants? Where'd it go? You playing with the kitten? Get out her butt. Silly. Silly. All right, go on. Go on. Yeah, hey, anybody want to support the channel? There's a Cash App link there. If you feel like giving up some of your cheddar, which I know is pretty hard to do with all the prices of everything right now. I can't imagine how anybody can even afford to give an extra dime. Thank you for your time. Time's more valuable than money. Time is more valuable than money. Thank you for your time. I really do. Thank you so much for your time. What's going on? Why is this not working? All right, it is what it is. It is what it is, what it is, what it is. Get out of there, you little knucklehead. we're gonna have to put some more water in there is all. It's not enough water. Let's see if that'll work. All right, hey guys, I'm gonna go check my hip campers here real quick outside. I've got people hip camping out there, checking out the stars out there in the high desert. They're all checked in. They're good. They're good. They're not going anywhere. All right, trying to give me some more coffee going here. I don't think I'm trying to make a half cup of this thing. You don't want to make a half cup. Make coffee. Coffee. I don't know if it's gonna work. You gotta make a full thing of coffee in that one. I broke my French press. I dropped it the other day. Those things are so thin, I didn't even barely drop it. It broke. So disappointing. No French press. You getting up there, biggie guy? Are you getting up there? Sitting in Dad's spot? Or you are on live? You're live on YouTube there, Toggy. Are you holding down the show for Dad? And Dad making copy? I don't know if it's working or not, man. water? How's that? It is what it is. I'm just sending it, send it. Send it. We'll see. What does it look like? Oh yeah, she's not very dark. Oh well. Lesson learned. Can't do a half spot in that thing on a quarter. Can't do a quarter. Where'd the blade go? Alright, we got half. We're taking a pause for a coffee cause. Pause for the cause. In the Army, we said, smoke them if you got them. Smoke them if you got them. Oh yeah. Oh, hot coffee. All right, she's hot. That's good. Are you keeping Dad's spot warm there, Tuggy? Tuggy? All right, guys. Oh my gosh, my back. Boy, I did a lot of block work today. Lots of block work today. Lots of block work. Yeah, almost made it to the top. Tomorrow should be to the complete top of that wall and the shelter on one side, man. That is awesome. Oh, it was pretty bad. This is nice. All right, guys, give me a minute here. I'm going to use some of my medicine. Try to calm my nerves down here a little bit. My back is having a little bit of issue. I probably did. I wonder how many blocks I moved today. How many blocks got installed? We worked on 3 walls today. Well, not me. The puppy stayed up front. Or not we. The puppies keep guard on the front of the property for Dad while I go work on the back of the property, huh? Huh, biggest guy. What a lucky guy to have that big old puppy dog right there. He was a good boy. He was a good one. Oh, I'm the biggest guy I've ever puppy. And I got the other puppy on the other side, of course. Pants is on here. Doggy's over here. Stuck in the middle with my puppies. Oh, man. These are the ones, guys. These are the ones. If you're in a medical state or a state that has recreational, this, let's cover that up, is unbelievable medicine. These things are just so... Last night, I took 2 of them, and I slept for 4 hours. I don't sleep 4 hours. I slept for 4 hours in a row. These things are... Wow. And I slept good. I felt good. I got a lot of work done today because I get up every hour or 2 hours like I normally do. Just always get up. Can't help it. Doesn't matter if I drink coffee, don't drink coffee. Doesn't matter if I use medicine. I don't. Edibles, though. Wow. What are you doing, Big? Oh, you're talking about my eye. That was crazy the other night, huh? I don't know what that was all about. My eye was bleeding, but I need to go in and get that eye checked, guys. I definitely have something going on with that eye. I'm not, I've been telling you, but I've been ignoring it. Like I said, just so that was weird, huh? I'm glad to come back. It's not persistent or anything like that. So. Oh man, it is such a nice sky out there. It's so beautiful out tonight to start. It's really clear out there right now. Yeah, I don't know what's going. Well, that's where I got shot. They shot the concussion grenade in my face, and it caused I have a burnt spot on my retina. I figured that much out. Didn't even go into the eye doctor. So I don't know if it's related to that or not. I don't know. It was that eye. It was, the eye that I have that issue in. So, oh well, I can still see. I just have a big black spot in my vision now, especially when I close my eyes. It's quite annoying because it's all over the place. It moves around. It just doesn't stay in one spot. So, wasn't that crazy too on the live stream? It's still just laying under there. I haven't moved it. I've moved it over, and I'm like, I still to this day have not figured out what could take and cause an updraft to unbolt 4 lag bolts. And it was cabled down to, I looked at the other day and it was crazy. There was like a big ring. I'll have to take you out there, guys, and show you. There's a big ring where that thing sat, where it was, it was cabled in. How this is an impossibility. It's this. That's why I did what I did. So it could not happen. You got to understand, it's wafered together too. It's a plate inside a pole within a pole, wafered now, plate on plate, lag bolts, 4 lock washers, and cabled, and then ratchet cabled down so that would never have the ability to come. And the whole thing was just in pieces. No bolts, not one bolt to be found, not one washer, not one bolt or one nut. And there was 4 bolts, so high grade. I went and bought high grade bolts so they'd never have any issues. The most expensive bolts I could buy, and I normally buy stuff like that. It was 4 of them. Okay, it wasn't like it was overdoing it. Lock washers. You know what I'm saying? So it was completely, on that tower. It was 30 some feet in the air that I built for it, but it worked for 3 or 4 years, many years, but something that whatever was on the live stream. And it wasn't windy. It wasn't like it was that windy on the live stream. Hey guys, hold on, it's windy. It was just like, dong, 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 dong. I'm like, whoa, guys, did you hear that? And then less than, I don't know, a minute later, I was like, whoa, what is that? It was like audible, but it was more of a feeling that it was, but you could audibly hear whatever it was. It was pretty unique time in my life, I tell you. Well, I've never had that. Never experienced anything like that. So I think it was some kind of energy, and I don't know how to explain it, but it was on the live stream. I don't even know where. I should have marked that live stream somehow and go back and rename it or something, Windmill Folly or something. What would cause that to lift up that high off of its, it's a big, huge steel lag bolted, all the thing, like I said, it's all lagged down. The whole thing is lagged down in the system, and it's put together because it's in a system so it can spin. The way it built it, it rotates, so that's why it's lagged or something, so it would never move. But the whole thing is in pieces. I could just understand if the wind turbine came out, somehow that came, but that came apart, this part, that whole part came out, the cable came off, the lag bolts, that's just an impossibility. The way it was all put together, it wouldn't come apart the way that it did. It all would have had to just whoosh, just zzz, all at the same time. Something would have had to unstrap, and that means it was ratcheted. That means that something would have had to click that ratchet back up and then pull it back enough to release the cable. What? No way in hell. Not a chance. No way. I built it that way because we have heavy winds out here. It gets cooking. You get that thing. I get so loud it freaking hums. I mean, it wasn't like that. There was nothing going on. I was live streaming. It wasn't no loud noise. No, it's weird. There's a little bit of wind that day, but it wasn't windy. It wasn't, so. What a crazy. Thank you for reminding me of that lady. Who knows what's going on? I have a lot of crazy things that go on in my life. Like I just went in front of a judge and he denied me, even though after 90 days I have a right to a speedy trial. They still just said, nope. And they don't even have an attorney. And they go, oh, here's your attorney. I call the guy's like, I'm not your attorney. The state's got to authorize it. The state's who wouldn't came and swatted my house. You think the state's going to sign off on that? Yeah, right. I told that to the lady that the other lady, remember I told you, Abigail, and she said, well, hey, at least they're trying to get, I don't mean to be, but they're trying to get you an attorney. I'm like, yeah, Abigail, they said that I called them already. And they said, no, we're not your attorney. The state's got to approve it before we can, and we don't know, that can take, a little while and I'm like, okay, thanks. The state, they're the ones who shot me in the face. Well, you think they're going to sign off? So I think it's time to put in a change of venue, brothers, sisters. I really do on this case. It's out of control. I've seriously considered it. I talked to her about it. She agreed. She thinks I should move jurisdiction. The case needs jurisdiction moved. It's too much of a conflict of interest. You shouldn't try a case in the same county, and that you're pointing out corruption and targeting and so. What does it matter there, Gold, what my charges are? I'm standing up to it because I held a protest standing against the elected sheriff during the COVID and called out the sheriff for being a pussy and a lay down and a little bitch and not doing a damn thing out here to help this community. A little punk. And district attorney too. And the judges out here crooked as hell, signing off on illegal warrants. So they have me for hindering persecution, standing against the law like Christ did, interfering with a peace officer. That's mean I'm not letting a cop do his job. The police, man. I used to be a jackboot thug myself, a police officer myself, so the boot's been on the other foot. Put throwing people in prison, jail for victimless crimes, the state, the county. Yeah, that's what I do. So I'm standing. That's what Christ did. I trying to help my son out because they are double dipping him in probation. He got in trouble, but he did all his time. And he did more time. He's the only one to serve any jail time out of 5 guys and did all his time. And they did more time. He's done more time than probably all the people involved. And they still are not happy because they're mad at dad. So they think they can shut me the fuck up by going after my son. But instead I said, no, I'll stand in front of you. You're just a bunch of thugs with guns. I'm a man of the land, and so I'm an organic man. I'm going to assert my natural rights and provide my son a sanctuary, a safe place, until you guys could pull your head out of your 4th point of contact and figure it out. But instead, they sent men with guns and they shot me in the face, shot up my house, shot out my windows, gassed me, my dogs, my cats, freaking, live in a small 10, not even 10 foot. It's a semi. It's 40 foot long. So it's 8 by 40. That's not, one tear gas filled this thing completely completely up, and they shot 5 or 6 of them in there. So, but not before they shot me in the face and ended up shooting my son as well. So they're a bunch of thugs. And I said, that's exactly like I said what was going to happen the other day in court. I said, that's exactly what they did. And I called it on a live stream so nobody can say that I didn't say exactly what was going to happen. I've been able to predict everything that's going to happen in this case. So it's not prophecy either. It's just, it is what it is. So just like the other day, I said, I'm going to say this, do this, do this, do this. The only thing I didn't do is stay in there because didn't get arrested. And I should have probably and could have probably, but they didn't. Um, and No, I don't mean should have. I'm just saying, they don't like it when you tell them what to do. These people don't like when you call them out on their wickedness, on their unfruitful works of darkness. They're not used to people doing that. Most people are the silent majority and lay down and lick their boots and do whatever they're told to avoid confrontation. They are fearing for their lives because they're a bunch of jackboot thugs that are afraid for their safety, working as a peace officer, officer safety. You're in the wrong line of work there, copper. So you're worried about this. You're supposed to be giving your life, put your life on the line, not always worried about, see, these cops are thugs. And I know I used to be one, so I stand up against them. And in this case, because I've done that during the COVID, my son has paid the price dearly. Somebody should look into this, really. I mean, you guys have heard me talk about this for how long? And it's God, I know, but can you believe the torture that my son has gone through? He's still being threatened to being thrown in a rape cage after doing double time. And the only one to serve time, the only one to go behind bars out of 5 guys was my son. No, I'm not doing the stove tonight. No stove tonight. I'll just sleep through the cold and wake up and put a blanket on and it'll be fine. Because it's supposed to be warm tomorrow, so it'll keep the cabin a little more chilly for the AM part of the day. I mean, my butt's gonna be up early and working tomorrow, so I've been getting lots done. We only have so many more days, you know that. I got to remember this whole world's not going to listen to me and nobody's going to come, and I still going to be the only one in there, and be like pissed if I didn't have to go, oh, you spent too much time late. I want it done. So I'm getting her done. When I work hard. Like I said, I was very felt accomplished over these last few days on how much that has been done. But I still live stream a bunch, but when I'm not on here, I don't sleep very much, obviously. So few hours, 3-4 hours, I'm back up and at it again. Another day, another cross, another day of suffering. So, yeah, I'm pretty certain that I haven't got the next move yet on where this is going. He hasn't shown me that yet, so to speak. So a little bit of a pause here for the cause. Oh, okay. Sounds like a good idea to me. Thank you, Father, for good natural medicine. Thank you, Father. I'm not hooked on some farm guy. I mean, 1 cup of coffee, I don't need to drink it. That's not pharma. But thank you, Father, for all the people that are allowed to have access to your medicine and don't experience the massive amount of side effects. You guys, I don't know if you ever experience side effects from taking things like, just whatever, even. It doesn't matter. A lot of pills have a lot of side effects. It doesn't have to be a painkiller. It could be, a blood thinner, like, for example, I'm prone to seizures because my back is hammered. And so I've never had actual seizure, but I could have a seizure at any moment. So they put me on medication for that. And I don't take it now. I'm not taking none of that crap. But side effects, you'll get side effects. And this is how they farm you out for another some other specialist, for some other ailment, so they can give you another one, which will cause another side effect. So I really don't like the farm guy, the big farm. Yeah, it sucks. And then they get you farmed to all these others, and these people, you get older, they get these big. It's like, so I'm not saying that, I use cannabis because it's not the cure-all, but it does work amazing for many and most, ailments. And so I thank the Lord, I thank God for creating, putting cannabinoids in our system, whether we use cannabis or not, helps keep our immune system strong. It's the breakdown of the cannabinoid that causes the system of immunity to weaken. If you have like AIDS, autoimmune deficiency system, your immune system's breaking down, and they give you cannabis to strengthen your immunity. So generally people who smoke, eat, vape, cannabis have a much stronger immune system than people who don't, because it is part of our immune system. That's why they give it to people. Don't die of AIDS. It's your immune system that breaks down. It's autoimmune deficiency. You have an immunity deficiency and your immunity is breaking down. And cannabinoids will help expand that immunity, strengthen it, kind of like you have a disc in your back that keeps it from pushing down, and your sciatic nerve, that cannabinoid keeps that, you know, cannabinoids are amazing things, and they're just one part, of an actual cannabis plant. There's many other, you know, properties other than the cannabinoid. It's, levels of these cannabinoids, THC, TCB, TCA, and CBD, all these others that don't get tested that work different ailments. So you don't need to get farmed out for the big farm guy and get this side effect and this side effect and this side effect. And that's why I like to generally put people and get them over to cannabis other than the big farm, pills, medicine cabinet, meth, all this crap that people, seem to think's okay, and then point their fingers at somebody because they're using a more holistic, natural, something they even have in their own body, but you're the bad guy as they go to their medicine cabinet and tell you you're some kind of drug addict or something. People are just lame. Busos, lack, bathos, no knowledge, and our ignorance is quite, in the day and age we live in, it's we're past that time. Anybody can study the cannabis history plant of and study it in a medical, type of, situation, and any type of study or resource, anything that's ever been used with the plant at all, and find that it's, the side effects are happy, hungry, and horny, pretty much, Okay, well, no, I'm just kidding, but well, that is some of the side effects of using cannabis, but generally you're not going to have, just joking, guys. But anyways, a lot of those can be some of the effects. It's not a side, it is part of the effects of the cannabinoid itself in your system. So it does have other effects. Another one that I really try to get people to, man, it almost rivals cannabinoids, would be the mullein plant. I don't know if you know what mullein is, but they use mullein for everything. I wonder if ham radio operators has a YouTube chat. Interesting. I don't have my license. I don't know. I have some ham radios, but I don't operate on the system. But mullein, guys, there's another plant that I'm telling you, it can be used for hundreds of different ailments. I don't know if anybody's ever done with that. Ooh, I'm gonna make a mullein cannabis coconut oil salve. Freaking A, man, that would do some freaking amazing work. You'd probably start out moderate, but man, never done that, never seen. I'll have to comfort. Yeah, that's good. There's a lot of nettle has, there's so many different things, guys, that we should stay away from the big farm guy and use what God has already put here. That's all farm is trying to copy. God, a flower, a root, a bark, and it's just trying to copy man-made. Remember? Oh, we'll make it better than God made it. Yeah, right. They make side effects for you is what they do. Yeah, radiation kills, you know, cancer. Yeah, sure does. Works great. Doesn't also makes your hair fall out, have all kind of side effects. But cannabinoids, cannabis, like Rip Simpson oil, any kind of, yeah, it goes out and it attacks the cancer cells, and radiation kills the good cells and the bad cells. The bad cells and the good cells. See, it kills both of them. Cannabis only goes out and attacks the bad cells, and it leaves the good cells behind, so your body can actually heal much quicker, faster. Doesn't have to go through the radiation process of kind of like, salt, adding something instead of, like nascent, laying it with electricity so your body can immediately absorb it. You're going to, like potassium iodine as opposed to nascent iodine. You're going to make your body push and work through something harder. Why not make it do what it naturally does and give it an adjuvant, like a little bit of THC with a lot of CBD makes the CBD work much better. A little bit of alchemy for you. These are God's medicines, brothers and sisters, naturally. You know what I'm saying? If we went back to a more holistic approach, so I unfortunately don't like any pills in my medical records. It says, I don't care if on my deathbed, don't put pain pills in my body. Don't pump it in an IV. Don't put anything fake in me. It's literally says it in my thing because I am a medical and have been medical grower, user of medical cannabis. And in the state that I live in, they give you the option of using one or the other too. So that's everything. Diet is everything too. Absolutely. So you are what you eat, brothers and sisters. 100%. Thank you, Gold, because we eat food flavored poison, and most of it is preservatives and cellulose, as I was saying. Now, a lot of things are lab grown and genetically modified so that your protein, your body is made up of two strands. DNA is two strands of protein, twisting up that chain. Two-sided protein. That's what you are. That's your fingerprint. That's your DNA. That's what makes you. You're carbon based, but water mostly. Hydrogen and oxygen. But you got cannabinoids in your system too. Somehow, maybe God made us from the dust, and there might have been some kind of plant in there. Interesting how of a plant, huh? In the garden, I don't know. Okay, interesting. But these holistic approaches, brothers and sisters, again, are great. But your diet too is. I grew up where they said if you can't read it, don't eat it. They knew those things were bad. It started with like monosodium glutamate. They put that in Asian food at the buffet. And it's to make you full faster and all this. It's just kind of weird how they started just pushing all this poison. Now they just give us straight food flavored poison. Sure. So these genetically modified, foods that we eat as your proteins, your strands of DNA make up that's what genetically modified foods do. They don't allow the whole protein to separate. It goes into your lower intestine where it's absorbed in the villi lining of that's where your nutrition in your body is absorbed, is in your lower intestine. So people have gluten tolerance that kills the villi lining. The little, like you have nasal passages, all little hairs, you have in your lower intestine as well. That's what absorbs all the separated proteins. That's what your gut bacteria and stomach acids allow that to happen. That's what that interferes with, the genetically modifying. If it doesn't allow that whole protein to separate, goes into your lower intestine as a whole protein and becomes toxic in your crap, in your body sitting. You have toxins now, cancerous things that cause cancer, things like that too. So that's why they genetically modify things and because that's what that is lacking, is your gut bacteria. That gut bacteria, again, is allowing that bacteria allowing for the acids and the thing for the separation of the bacteria and the acids to allow that protein as a whole protein to separate so that it can actually be absorbed. The lower intestine cannot absorb it as a whole protein. So drinking things like carbonation, also carbonic acids cause that same thing. They don't allow your whole protein to separate and goes into your lower intestine as a whole protein. So there are a lot of things that you are what you eat. I've studied nutrition and I've had doctors go, whoa, I didn't learn that. I'm like, I know, you know what's in a box. You're an MD. You're good when I cut my leg off. You come sew me up. I know how to sew myself up, put on a tourniquet. But you're a medical doctor. You don't know anything about nutrition. You're not going to tell people how to stay healthy. How are you going to stay in business? Sure, an ER doctor, but you're not going to. You're an MD. You teach people how to stay away from you. You want people to come to you. You give them things to make them come back for other ailments. Remember, fish them out to your buddies. So medical doctors are two snakes going up a pole. They're some of the evilest things on this planet. Yes, emergency room doctors and things like that have some purpose, but most doctors are filthy swine. I call them out when I talk to them, especially after the old Vidco 2.0, the beer bug, the crown, the scam, pre-pandemic, the whole, they know about a virus. Even if they're not a nutritional doctor, they know that they don't wear no stupid freaking mask because of a virus. That's not alive. It's not a living organism. Can't catch a virus. That's an oxymoron, a live virus. That's the most ignorant thing I think I've ever heard on this earth. Well, with the people of this, realm, plane, dimension, time, and space. A bacteria, right? Right? A fungus, right? Those can cause infections. Those are alive. That's part of you have remember autoimmune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, your immune system produces 3 immune responses, brothers and sisters. If you overwork your immune system, don't get enough sleep, don't get enough nutrition, don't too many drugs, your body's going to eventually reset and cause what is known as a virus. It's going to reprogram itself to correct and get out it's going to create a highway, whether it matter if it's going to do, throwing it up, coming out your rear end, coming out your nasal passage. It's going to find its way out of your body, and it's going to tell the program. That's why it's a virus. It's not alive. Remember, a bacteria is alive. That's why doctor's covering his face. That bacteria can get in, cause an infection. That's why the nurse changes it every 30 minutes. He doesn't touch it. It's not because of a virus. It's not because of a virus. That you could have a fungus that could get into an open wound that could cause an infection. This get stabbed, die. Okay, but not a virus. You can't catch a virus, brothers and sisters. That's the most moronic thing in the whole world for people to fall for. That's idiocracy that the whole world just fell for. So, and that's not what they did. They didn't. Virology means here. Let me just put in the tip. Remember how that worked out for you there, ladies? You ended up getting the whole shaft, didn't you? Every single time. So that's how virology is supposed to work. Let's put in a little bit, and then your body will build up an autoimmunity, and you'll be able to fight it off if you get the real deal. Okay? There's a little bit of validity to virology, but our efficacy is disgusting, and they just surpassed, short, medium, long-term. I know this much better than most doctors, as I told you. I've sat down and put doctors on the spot and going, you're filthy. You just supported and got paid, and I know you know what I'm talking about, this masquerade crap. You have to wear one because you do, if you operate or whatever, you're in the line of work. So you have some of these basics where the general public has none. I'm a first responder, certified combat medic. This is my line of work. I'm the guy that shows up as a traffic crash reconstructionist and puts your guts back in your body until the other, sirens and lights show up and to haul you off, either, critical or, well, whatever, we have to call the coroner before we move you at this point. But yeah, that, I'm going to be I have the same certification as a first responder. I have a lot of the same certifications as an emergency room doctor, again, medic training and being a police officer. And again, served is military police. I have a lot more certification. I've studied this. This is what God made me. I don't like it, but it is just my background. So They're filthy swine. Filthy, 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 because they know this, like pilots. So I threw Maverick out the other night. Oh, it's round. Shut up. After all that, and he knows. He knows. But some people still just always shill for the system. And that's all that is. That's all doctors do. Again, I'm not saying that all doctors inherently are bad, but come on, two snakes going up a pole, guys, the big farm guy. Let's be real what this original conversation started with. You know, Tracy, you go off about everything. 100%. Thank you so much. So, anyways, could you imagine how hard it is for a veteran like myself? You know, people wear a mask, you know, full cover dawn, you know, charcoal suit, hands, feet, you know, mop level 3, literal, you know, covering your nose. Oh, you better cover your nose. Your eyes are wet. Oh, don't forget about that mouth. And you got wet eyes, and then you pull that over your hood to make sure your ear holes. I didn't say eye hole. I said ear hole, or I didn't say, yeah, are covered. This whole thing was such a scam. I'm like, oh my God, you guys, this is the most insane thing I wanted to pull out. I've shaved my head. I did since I went in the military, but I'm like, dude, this is the dumbest thing in the world. People are so stupid. A virus is not a living organism. Can't catch a virus. It's dead. It's just a program. Get it? Bill Gates. I already told you. Reprogram. Hey, we're lacking over here because you frustrate. We need more calcium. We need more. Starts that. But it's not alive. You could have researched, asked even, you know, your main Google gods, is virus alive? It's going to tell you it's not. So how the hell do you catch something that's not alive? So right there should debunk there can't be such thing as a live virus. But people, people are just moronic, idiotic, whatever it is. It's lack of knowledge is what it is. People will not study any of these things. So if you were somebody like myself that had to don a full, and imagine going into temperatures 100 plus for 12 or 13 or 14, breathing your own carbon dioxide, monoxide in and out, you'll get what is called an outer, not an inner, but an outer respiratory on the outside of your lungs. And it would cause you to get your brothers, sisters, that is an infection, and it's caused from breathing into it your own air. And so watching all this crap as a veteran, we're like, what the fuck are these people wearing masks for? Only they wore Sharia law. The women cover their face. What in the hell are these men doing with their faces covered in this is Sharia law in America. What? Tracy, calm down. No, that's one of my memes. I'm serious. I woke up in America, Sharia law. What are dudes covering their face for? What a bunch of weak men. You men in America are weak. Sissy weak. Seriously. Afraid of some virus? Are you serious? I see why the women act the way they do in this country now. You men in America, because you are supposed to be the freest, stand-up nation, really made the men of this country look bad, and of the world, to sit there and allow not to at least stand up to make a choice. I mean, hell, if the damn mask worked, then what the hell are the people worried about? The ones that are wearing it. Shut up. You have your First Amendment, right? You got it, but all right, we heard you. You got a mask on. Now shut up. You're covered, right? You're covered. Shut up. I don't want to hear no more. Choice. I don't want to have to wear it or not. It's not up to me. Yes, it is. That's what this country was about. Not freedom. Fuck freedom. There is no such thing as freedom. There's no such thing as free will. Choice and rights, yes, that's different. Constitutional republic. Seriously, apologize for my cursing, but, there's no such thing as freedom. But there were rights. Constitutional republic, there were rights, remember? Not democracy, not all this nonsense that people live now. So choice, freedom of choice. If there was freedom, it was choice to choose whether I wore a mask or not. Because if the mask worked, then nobody should have said a damn thing. All right, shut up. You're good. You're covered. Move on. No, we're not standing on the X. It doesn't matter. He's got a mask. There's the X pile and there's the non-X pile. Let's do that. I don't even believe in separating people. I put out a meme. I was a meme master during the COVID, guys. Seriously, are you what was the word I said? Are you, what word did I use? Are you a rebel if you're standing on the X? Or I didn't use rebel or whatever. That's not what the word I use. Are you something? I don't know. It's a good whatever. But are standing on it or not standing on it? Did you ever stand on an X? My foot never touched an X during the COVID. I'd step over every one of them. I'd always watch and avoid the X. That's something. Are you something if you stand on it or not? Saying like, are you good if you stand on it or I can't remember. Stop whining. Stop it. Go to bed if you're going to whine. You can go back there. You're fine. You already went outside. It's late. I don't want to hear it anymore. You're spoiled. It's after 9:30, 10 o'clock. Just like kids. You're my kids. I don't want to hear it. 9:30, 10 o'clock. You need to stop it. All right. They're probably telling me I've been on here for about 3 or 4 hours. Probably need to close up shop here and spend some time with these puppies. So, brothers and sisters, please, again, a lot of this stuff is just the world we live in. It's so strange. It's so crazy how we've gotten from, something like the 80s or the 90s till today. And it's not like the 90s were all that, awesome or anything. This world was still spinning completely out of control, flap spin, I got fixed in the 90s because I thought the world was out of control. Didn't want to never bring any more children into the world at that point. 25 years ago, I thought we never would make it to this day. Really, and here we are. But I would have never fathomed it would be like this. How it could still be pieced together, still going, but yet so far away from things like people not even getting on an internet for 5 minutes and researching is a virus, a living organism, so they can debunk instead of going through all this fear and wiping out a middle class and getting rid of, people, low-hanging fruit, people who are on things like Social Security, disability, people with existing conditions. They created a two-class society, brothers and sisters, whether people realize it or not. So for somebody like me, a veteran like myself, who realized this was a constitutional republic that had rights, not, it's, socialism that, Johnny's got 3 bikes and, Bobby doesn't have one, so we're going to give one to Bobby and Johnny done one. Now we're going to equally distribute the wealth. That's what happened during the COVID. If you are not, that is what exactly. Donald Trump is the largest socialist ever in the history of mankind. Spent more money than any other president in the history of the United States of America. Everybody's worried about Bernie Sanders being elected. $8.8 trillion. And how much did his record earnings in 2020? Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, the Koch brothers, Moderna, and you got a $1,200 check. Sold out the future generations, brothers and sisters. These people are some of the most filthy, disgusting people to ever walk this earth. And I just showed you who one is. I told you who the main one is right now in this day. There's a few of them, but there are some that are playing the puppet, masters here, right? Acting like they are, but they're just a string on a string as well. Okay. My father is making them do everything. He wrote all these things. Don't you ever forget that. Don't lose sight of that. Okay. Because sometimes it makes you want to do something about, you can't. Don't partake in their unfruitful works of darkness. Shine a light on it is what he said. Rebuke them. Love them twice. And then rebuke them. Don't sup with them. Okay. So I'm always going to come in here and try to point out the obvious, brothers and sisters, because it's hard to believe that we have, orange man bad, painted face, reading to kids in libraries. It's amazing. It's amazing how far we've come. But then, like I said, the lady in red, again, knocks it out of the park. Look, then you look at the Deagle map, and it's going exactly by what they said. Guys, I remember when that first prediction came out, the Deagle maps. I can't remember when they came out. Maybe it was almost 10 years ago or something. They came out with that prediction of these years of 2024, 2025. Because I told you I've been doing it for decades. It seems so far away. And now it's like, and then you got my title shift and all this stuff coming and potential continent. It's like, yeah, compared to now. I know. Yeah, people were not, and there were still people like, hey, I've got this extra closet here and I'd like to tell you about it. We're like, dude, keep your advertising of your closet to yourself. We don't want it, we'll call the Monster Mash. All right, it'll be a graveyard. Nobody's going to the emergency room. All right, we don't need the cops called here. All right, nobody's all right. We're good. So remember that? I think that was still going on in the 90s. Remember? We do the mesh. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I'm just trying to explain to you that things were very different, brothers and sisters. Now they got clowns, reading to kids in libraries. This is how far we've come, from the 90s to clowns reading to kids in libraries. Did you just watch the fucking Olympics? You said I didn't need to tell you how filthy and disgusting our world is, and you want to participate in any of this crap, and I keep apologizing for my filthy mouth, but did you just see how disgusting? That is not even supposed to be involved in the Olympics, supposedly, right? Political and religious stuff. They just mock the living crap out of you every single time if you have eyes to see. Well, they're not mocking you if you have eyes to see, but they're mocking those that don't. Correct? He didn't speak in parables, so most people would understand him, brothers and sisters. He spoke in parables, so only his elect would. And they do that same thing with their little rituals. And that wasn't the Last Supper, just so you know. That shows the ignorance of the idiot Christians in this world. I rebuke all Christians. You guys are filthy freaking swine. You can't even count to 13. That's how wicked this world is, too, brothers and sisters. That they pulled that crap on that, telling people it was the Last Supper. No, it wasn't. That's not what that was. That's not what they were doing. That's not at all. But that's the narrative they pushed in all the Christians. You can't count to 13, huh? It's kind of funny, guys. Like I said, I told you this is how the devil, distributor lies, works, mocks, and wears out, the saints as well. Because you got the devils in the details. You really got to look. That's just one number off changes the whole table, doesn't it? Setting. Yes, it did. That was the Last Supper, but everybody, it was the Last Supper. Are you that foolish? Yep, you fall for the narrative. Well, but that's what everybody's thought it was. That's not what that was, brothers and sisters. That was a mockery of people who thought that was a different. How many people were at the Last Supper? How many people were at that table? See what I'm saying, guys? The devil's in the details. But people won't pay attention. And then the world will bite on whatever the narrative is. You got to be careful what they'll push in front of your eyes. Don't act like if they want you to not see something or see something. They have control. They're going to only push out what they want you to see. They will pull back whatever your eyes are not meant to see. They have control of the television. There's a reason why it's like only, 2 or 3 now corporations that run all of the media pretty much. It's not what it was in the 90s. So be careful what you put in your eyeballs and earballs, if you will. Okay. Again, you don't sup with vipers. Careful what, discern all things. Run everything through your spiritual filter. That should have caught you right there. Wait a minute. That's not the Last Supper. They have a ritual like that they do. That's the same amount of people that were at that's not the last. And look at them. You would have been like me, like, okay, so where's all the frickin', this is a nuclear, biological, chemical environment. You ever decontaminate? Do you realize the process it takes to decontaminate properly? 100% decontamination. No decontamination stations for masks. Meme. My neighbor's worn the mask so many times it's dirty. Should I turn them in for the health of, or for the good of public safety? Another meme that Tracy put out during the. Gosh, I remember. I kind of missed the virus a little bit because, man, I was memeing everybody. Do you guys remember what was the greatest meme? We're going to get somebody in. I better go. We're going to get somebody because we're pushing 4 hours here. What was the greatest meme? Oh, I don't know. I think my meme was pretty good. Breaking news, small town sheriff in cooperation with restaurant runs off OSHA. Remember me standing in front of the police station having a protest across from the police station? I put out a meme, guys. A meme. And this little teeny town thought it was true. That's why the sheriff's so fucking mad at me. That meme. brothers and sisters, is still on Christmas Valley United. It's still up. Go check it out. From the virus, way back in there on that feed, you'll see. To try to get the sheriff to stand up and do something, I made a meme. I told a little white lie. It's just a meme. So is a lie or is it a meme? Breaking news. Small town sheriff in cooperation with restaurant runs off OSHA. Because that's what I was trying to get him to do. I think I was the meme master. If Joe Biden gets elected, are children going to have smelling bees instead of spelling bees? No. Anyways, I'll stop. I had a bunch of them, guys. It was seriously. You might want to go check my profile out on Facebook. There are some of them that were not pulled off. I got banned quite a bit on a lot of these platforms, kicked off the one around here, as I told you. So what was the greatest meme of the scamdemic? I remember when the communists or Clinton News Network was just another channel until live broadcasting, the fake Desert Storm, the guy sitting in the studio. The CNN became 24 hours during that. Yep, remember? They were sitting in the studio, the two guys, and it was all fakery, and the studio were getting shot at. Remember all that? David remembers. I'm glad I made you a moderator, man. If you're paying attention to history and stuff, man, I love people who keep his track. Not going to let people tell them history in a book. They're like, I was there. This is what happened. Boots on the ground, mofo, So seriously, man, I like it when people can retain what happened and not the tell-eye vision or the lies or the narrative and go, I was there. There was a group of us that knew this is what really, there will always be, brothers and sisters. That's the between the lines. There's that right side of history, left side of history, and then there's that reality. Some of us will hold on to the best we can. We don't let people forward, pervert, or twist that historical record, because remember, there's what's written in a book, and then there's the loser who gets to shut the right STFU, and then there's what happened. It's lies between both sides, doesn't it? So thank you for remembering when it was a very different, it wasn't a repetitive talking mockingbird where they all say the same thing, always broadcasting crap, ABC, right? MSLSD. You've got the communist news or the Clinton News Network. You got the Fox or the faux news, all the lies or whatever. It's all a bunch of, remember, it used to be a bunch of them. Now it's all under pretty much that same umbrella. They're teaching what we know in high school. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. So does anybody have a meme? Leave your let's get at least one or two of you to leave you guys got to remember a pandemic meme, guys. Come on. What was the best pandemic meme? And we'll if you want to support me now, we'll run this out. Drop me some change in that Cash App. That'd be cool. $1 helps, $2, $5, $10. You got a rich uncle that wants to load me up with $1 million. That'd be all right too. I'll show you where I'll spend it. There'll be the best $1 million uncle ever spent. Seriously, watch. I'll pay off this land. I'll donate all this land to the ministry. Who'll be buying land will buy a ministry. I might run for president. You might be funding the campaign for Tracy for pretendant of the divided states of America, 47th pretendant of the divided mass murder in chief. But we'll stop all that, remember? So, hey, you be funding a good cause. I think I'm worthwhile. Be funding a pastor and a teacher, a man of God. Hallelujah. I only say that because I love this word, brothers and sisters. And so, you're supposed to feed a man. Remember, read the book of Malachi. If a man's feeding you the meat, you're supposed to, help a man like that, stay on his feet. So that's not guilt. That's what it says in his book. I don't hardly ever put it like that. So a meme. My meme. Didn't you hear what I said, Lady in Red? A meme is breaking news. Small town, sheriff in cooperation with restaurant runs off OSHA. Small town community in cooperation with sheriff runs off OSHA. It was something, it was, but it wasn't true. It was a meme. Meme is like a little one-liner. Like I just said, if Joe Biden gets elected, will our children have smelling bees instead of spelling bees? It's a little, Don't you remember any memes during the COVID? I think probably the meme that, I don't know. I swore I was the first one to say that. I'm not going standing on that X. I've seen too many Wile E. Coyote cartoons to, I'm not falling for that, stand on the X thing. I'm a little too old. See, the Wile E. Coyote, the X, the anvil, the whole. I'm like, they're like, oh, you got to stand. Like, yeah, I don't think so. I'm old school. I've seen too many Wile E. Coyote cartoons to stand on the X. It was a meme. I'm like, somebody, I swear, it's talked about that, and next thing I know, I seen a meme. I'm like, cool, whatever, man. So nobody remembers any memes from the COVID. I'll keep going. I got hundreds of memes, guys. I told you I was the meme master. I just meme my way through the whole. I was the meme master. Yeah, okay. Some of the stuff they pulled, that's good enough too. Just for anything that you remember COVID, you don't have to remember a meme. Thank you for that, guys. They were giving away Krispy Kreme donuts too to get a jab, guys. Isn't that crazy? Some of the stuff they offered to people. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So you remember the meme, David, about the old, so okay. Let's close it down because I want to see if any of you guys, whatever, I need a laugh. We're trying to break it down, be a little lighthearted about a really bad situation, guys. It sucks, man. A lot of people passed during that. And it wasn't the bug, the beer bug, that got people. It was the sticker, guys, that ended up, I believe that ended up taking people. That's what I was always on everybody from the beginning. I'm like, they're going to try to stick you. You'll hear me say that. Like I remember, okay, like here's my meme. Okay, it's February 21st, 2022. The governor's lifted the mask mandate, but you still I warned you, you can't be unvaccinated. So I put out some pretty hardcore memes, guys, during the COVID. I was hardcore, man. Like I said, I didn't play around. My memes were straight and to the point, So let's ask. Nobody had a meme. I'll tell you what I thought was my best meme, and this probably is only going to be for just one person in here, okay? And that was, does anybody know who the Trailer Park Boys are? I don't watch too much of this kind of stuff. My son turned me on to it. It's kind of funny, and I really don't do the slapstick humor kind of comedy. I don't know. I guess I have more a little bit of a drier sense of humor than some of that, Charlie Chaplin, Three Stooges kind of funny, like I said, it's called slapstick comedy, if you will. Does anybody watch the Trailer Park Boys? They're a bunch of Canadian, it's a I don't know what they would call that now because it's not a TV series. Maybe it's a series. Remember, I don't watch TV, so it's hard for me to decipher what it is that I do watch. So David, you watch some of it, so you guys know who that is. Okay, so you know who is Bubbles, and it's pretty funny. And like I said, it's just I don't like that. It's a series. Okay, thank you, Gold. But it's kind of, like I said, it's funny, some of the stuff they do, the Canadians and the way they talk. And I don't know if any of you guys then know who Pug One Life is. I haven't watched him forever. Pug One, he has property up there in, I can't remember, he's up in Alaska, but he broke his back jumping school buses or jumping vans with his school bus or his RV or whatever he was, but he's a Canadian and he has quite the vocabulary, and those two know each other. So I don't know if you know who Pug One is. Pug One is a Canadian blogger that he has a channel that he does, a cannabis channel too. I forget what he calls that channel, but he has a really funny, the way he talks is just, but they're Canadian. Carl, thank you so much for coming in. Good to see you again. Thank you always for, Carl's a follower over there at TikTok, guys. A long-time follower, been with this channel for years and been a big support through the channel. Really hit hard on I didn't always answer Carl back on my emails and stuff because I'm really bad with keeping up with people, but I knew he was always checking on me. man, there was at one point in time, Carl was the only one who seemed like they were checking on me when I was going through a pretty difficult time. I haven't forgotten that, Carl. All your emails you sent me, man. Much love. I was a little worried you were stalking me at first, but then I seen how true you were there for a minute. Whatever, it's a little bit of spiritual. I was trying to be a little cautious, that's the way you're supposed to be. But I see through the years your support now, and that you were very genuine. So I have not forgotten all those emails that were sent, like I said, years ago, and your support's been a long time. Thank you for your follow and now your subscription to this platform as well. Both here's somebody who subscribed to this platform and also a follower on TikTok. Follow me over from TikTok over here. Blessings, Carl. You have a good evening, sir. Thank you again for all your testimony and always coming in and participating and being a part of this ministry. On both platforms, you're an amazing asset again to the outside of this platform too. I appreciate your support with the letters, and I apologize. I hardly ever write back to anybody, so I'm kind of an in-person kind of guy. If you really want to get a full conversation and have anything, real serious with me, it's got to be. I don't know what makes me that way, guys, but anyway. So since couple of you guys, David knows who. The trailer park boys, I asked who Pug One is. He drives a bunch of, he fixes up things like go-karts and he jumps a bunch of stuff. They're always, he's got a couple of the other guys that were with him. They come to his property and, they both know that trailer park boys. So they're pretty funny. So, thanks again, Carl, for coming in. So anyways, I was checking out memes, guys. Like I said, during the COVID, because I thought that was a good way to kind of try to make a lighthearted situation a little bit easier by putting a smile on somebody's face. A lot of the time, it was a laugh or it was bringing light to something using the meme. So I thought the meme was a great way to. I didn't make memes before the COVID, guys. It wasn't until the COVID came that I became the meme master and saying it making memes. So. Anyways, we'll get back to the subject and we'll bounce off here. Okay. Apologize. Trying to shut this down a little bit, like I say, a little comedy here, a little laugh before we go and say our good nights and goodbyes. Let everybody get a chance to do what they do before we just shut her down. I love you guys. This channel is so amazing. It's a blessing to have this ministry and you guys continue to come back and be a part of it. So thank you, David, our new moderator tonight, David Olson, became a moderator, showed just a lot of support, always sticking out, and appreciate those thumbs up, guys, because that really does help. David talking about that. I really don't say all those little things, all this little things just help the algorithm. So appreciate you're just taking the time. You can be writing anything and all those. Thank you for, that's why we gave David the wrench tonight, guys. So I'm sure he'll do a good job at moderating. I don't need to worry about what he's taking or who I understand. I think he's been watching him, and if he follows Lady in Red, some of these other moderators in here, he'll be another. It's good to have these moderators in here. It helps keep this thing clean so we can keep going. It keeps the unnecessary comments that I'll comment about and say something. And I won't lose track. It'll just take me a minute to go back to where I'm at. If you follow me enough, people are like, this dude loses play. No, you don't. Just continue to watch him. He'll go back to where he's talking about. I told you, I'll talk about 5 things at one time. I don't mean to do this, guys. I'm just being real with who I am. This is me. Imagine spending all this time alone and talking to myself like this. I can hold a lot better conversation inside my own head than I can outside, just so you know, with myself. So anyways, much love, guys. Thanks everybody for coming in. Thanks for the support of the channel. If you were part of the COVID, to me, it was a perfect opportunity to set your self aside from history, not go with the crowd, not be one of the regulars who did it. And if you didn't, great. And if you didn't, but I thought, again, memes were an amazing way to try to make the situation that was hard a little bit better for everyone and expose truth. Okay. So again, I put out hundreds of memes during the COVID, lots of memes, but I didn't put out the best meme, if you ask me, because I do believe that the best meme during the COVID, for those who watch Trailer Park Boys and know who Bubbles and, Ricky and all the whole clan, which is pretty funny. You also know who J-Rock is. So we know who J-Rock is if you watch Trailer Park Boys, right? We know him with his whole he's setting up his whole show in the front of the charging up. So anyways, the number one meme of the COVID was, you can't catch the COVID if you're already the illest. Know what I'm saying? J-Rock. Boom! That was the best meme. You can't catch the COVID if you're already the illest. Know what I'm saying? J-Rock. That was it, guys. That was the meme. Come on, David. Was that the meme of the... Come on, guys. People put out a lot of good memes, but that knocked that meme. I saw that about... I said, that's imprinted on my freaking soul for eternity. I'm never going to get that meme. But I don't know if any of you guys caught that, but J-Rock is probably one of my more favorite characters on... they're all pretty funny, but... that is the meme, isn't it? You can't catch the COVID if you're already the illest. Know what I'm saying? All right. That was the third time. We had to go one more time. So I just thought it was great, guys. It's pretty funny because it had that and had a picture of J-Rock sitting there. I don't know, whatever. He had one of his cut off shirts with a number on it or whatever. You know, he's always rocking that, you know, wannabe gangster look, whatever. So, pretty funny show, guys. Sometimes it is okay. I'm not all business all the time. Any of you ladies that have your eye on me, remember I got to put that out there too before I go. They've been watching me. I'm not all business all the time. Sometimes I like to laugh too. I like to laugh. So I know I'm a pretty serious dude. So if God's yoking you there, trying to equally yoke, yeah, I like to laugh too and have a good time and let go. And so sometimes things like that are okay. The only troll I know was I go fishing. So, okay, guys. All right, I put it out there. Tracy just put himself out there again. Hey, whatever I'm using, this is my new dating app. It's called my YouTube channel. No, I'm not dating anybody. Don't worry about it. Anyways, much love, guys. Appreciate you coming in tonight. I thought we'd try to have a little laugh before it's a long setup to get to the to get to the punchline. How long did it take you to get to that punchline, Tracy? Whatever, man. I told you, I want to hang out with people that have attention span longer than a fly, guys. Imagine being next to me and having to live with me. How much more real I could be when I'm not censored and having to look down at the screen and, whatever. Just, I could just be me. I'm a pretty individual person, if you ask me. So, thanks for trying to have a laugh with me and hanging out for an extra, whatever 15, 20 minutes it took me to get to the punchline or whatever of the meme. So you guys are the best. If you can hang out with me, I don't know why, other than the gospel you're here, honestly, the rest is just a bunch of, I don't know, madness, insanity, or whatever it is. It's my crazy life, okay? But thanks for being a part of it, guys. It does make me feel like I'm not alone. I do have friends, and although we can't, where married couples answer questions when the other was away. That was the Newlywed Show. It was called the Newlywed Show, and those were newlyweds that they asked. Remember, Lady in Red? It was called the Newlywed Show. No, I would have knocked you out. Mama said. Maybe think of that song. That was it. The Newlywed Show. That's awesome. See, Lady in Red, you are an amazing lady. You truly are. Thank you, sister. Little things like that make a big difference. Like, that is such a cool show because it really did tell what couples knew about each other. You know what I'm saying? Like some did, but somebody really, that show was amazing. Gosh, man, I miss that. I can't wait to die, guys. I can't wait to die and come back, into a reset of this society until we go back to, and I'm not trying to, check out of here early, but man, those were the days when couples were like that, and I'm not saying that people don't have that today, but people change their, their partner, like they change their underwear sometimes these days. It's pretty disheartening, guys. So I like that you just reminded me of such a beautiful time when a man and yeah, I'm just saying, how amazing time, because you brought it up, Lady in Red, how much they knew about each other, and they were just newlyweds. And they're just newlyweds, you know. COD, it's got extended course. What is COD? Call of Duty? What's Oh man, that's beautiful. Thank you, Top Chief, for your testimony. I love that. Hurts my heart that I don't have it. That some of you guys, you get that. Not like I got cheated or anything. I got this life that I got, but that'd be cool to be one of those people that got to be with somebody and lay by their side for 20 or 30 or 40 years, man. Okay, Call of Duty. All right, so, you lucky guys. I bet you guys are, you know what? I've done a little bit of study on this. It's important to me, guys. I'll take an extra minute to talk about it. I found that most couples that stay together, that make that 20, 30, 40, like my grandparents were together 50 years. I don't think that was what, in their case, that what kept them together. But most people I know that stay together in that, silver and gold or whatever, diamond, they have those things with anniversaries. We don't even know we're not supposed to celebrate those or whatever, but it's because they believe in God and they have more of a traditional value, morals, more of that older value, that they had hard times, but it was God that kept them together. Is normally because I studied it, guys. I really was so intrigued on how couples could divorce after 20 and 30 years. It just blew my mind. So I really studied. I spent a near decade studying that. I did. I really put a lot of time. I didn't spend all my time, obviously, but I take time to research that information. And then what I discovered is that people make the mistake of lust in the beginning. Lust in the beginning. Because see, back then it was more of a formal thing. You know what I'm saying? Older couples didn't. I'm not saying that there wasn't lust there, but things were more formal. They weren't so Broadway, and so there was a lot more. It really is much more now exciting for me, guys, to see a woman with her skirt at her knee, and then instead of hiked up now or near her where her cheek hangs out or something. Back in the time, guys, when your mind would wander, and I'm just trying to show you again a little bit on how we work and how we're designed. I researched. I should write a book about this. Seriously, I don't think anybody's ever covered this topic. I won't go into too much detail, but if you remember, a woman or whatever wouldn't wear a low cut dress or tie, and it's not like these things haven't been done before, because you can look at old pictures and history, and women still wore two pieces and 30s, and it didn't seem like that, but it wasn't a public thing, guys. It wasn't a publicly displayed thing. Like public display of affection was frowned on. I don't care. There was no couples, out. You would get, if you didn't go to the emergency room, nobody would go to jail, okay, for same, partner, whatever. That wasn't a thing, but it was even frowned on for a couple to do that. And hey, there's kids that can see that, get a room, we don't do that in public. So the things have changed, guys. And so, when a woman wore something that had just a little tiny bit of revealing, not a lot, it made the mind wander. And generally, I'm not going to lie to you, ladies, most of the time what we pictured, and don't take this wrong, you ladies are all beautiful. I don't care. It don't matter if you've got, their beauty marks, okay, if you will, okay, but that the image. See, imagine how much has changed. The image between a woman in the 12th century, what her figure is supposed to look like, today, as what it's supposed to look like then. The body shape, body shaming, all these things that people do with people. But if you remember, again, when that just a little bit of reveal, it let the mind wander. And a lot of the times what we pictured in our head was a lot better than when you actually took off that blouse or whatever, skirt or what. I'm not trying to go there, ladies. I'm just saying that's how our mind works. And you ladies have the same thing. Oh my God, he's wearing sweats. Don't wear the sweats, guys. The ladies like sweats. So um, I'm just trying to be real with you guys. You know what I'm saying? About how a lot of this people forget, when we first meet people and how, it's so different today on how we can, how the whole relationship is designed instead of, being with somebody, and trying to make something work through thick and thin, and how people, again, just change their relationships like they change their underwear or something, every other day, every day. He's like, whoa, come on, man. So wondering what's there rather than on the show. So what I'm saying is, if you remember, that our eyes tended to have, and our minds tended to have a sense to wander a little bit, like I think somebody was said earlier. So let's be real about where I'm trying to go with this subject. Even though you really like that person and you might dig them and all that stuff, as a guy, you just really want to get naked with her and lay with her, and take her, because that's our natural things, guys. It's not, we're all here because that's what we do. We procreate, but okay. And women are no different. They just, it just was not, it wasn't allowed. Now it's not any, I know women are the same way. I don't think women want the D, they don't, there's not. So that's where I think a lot of the mistakes are made, to be honest with you. And we'll wrap this up, but it's because we don't be ourselves in the beginning, and we tend to fall for some of the fleshy stuff. And we become something that we're not because of the mind wandering, and we lust for somebody after we'd ever try to love them or become, a little more reserved. Or I'm not saying that some of us can't be patient or wait or haven't had that, but generally we build it off of more of a sexual than we do anything in the beginning. And so sometimes we'll do things in the beginning that to change who we are, to get the D or get the P, whatever you want to call it. So, and I'm not saying what you would do. Think love makes you do things. Once you fall in love with somebody, it makes you do things you never do either. So don't act like in the beginning you won't. So, but the problem I think where I discovered after 10 or 15 or 20 years is people really want to just fight to go back to the person they were, that they really should have been from in the beginning. Okay. It doesn't happen that way. A lot of the times we fall in lust with somebody before we ever fall in love with them. And we change who we are because we're just trying to get a piece, and we want to be with them. Even like I said, we're a one woman man or a one, man, woman, whatever. And we're not trying to be with both. We really want to just be with that one person. But, we sacrifice some of ourself to get that part, and then we try to work from there. But then you're kind of stuck being somebody you're not for a little bit. And if you can blend that back to it, but that's where a lot of the problems lie, is people kind of get stuck in that person or something. They would bend a little bit. They normally would and then that's where that comes up 20, 15, 10 years later, is because you're trying to get back to that person that you were, and they don't know that person. You changed who you are to be with them, if that makes sense, because of lust. Let's be real about it. I'm just trying to have an adult conversation here. Because I couldn't imagine how somebody could get a divorce. And I know people have problems, but I'm saying, and a lot of it stems from this, real, not infidelity and all these other, I'm talking about people that, just get tired of being I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, how does somebody separate from somebody after 20 or 30 years? It's hard to believe that somebody could give up something after that long. And I knew there had to be a real underlying reason, guys. And I really think that I discovered what a lot of the cases are is lack of communication. Hey, this is, I made a mistake. There are certain, and try to get back, but it's too far back. You're too far in, too deep. So the moral of what I'm trying to get to you is that careful. It's okay to want to, lay with somebody. That's a natural thing we do. It's just part of, we all do it or we wouldn't be here. But you can't base that. And I'm not saying that you are, but just try to keep your thought pattern out of that for a minute and then try to just be who you are and let that person see you for who you are. Have a little patience. Don't jump right in the rack with somebody. It actually makes it much more exciting and fun. And, get down. But just be yourself, if that makes sense. So they'll fall in love with who you are, and then you don't have to. And so not all relationships do this, right? See, a lot of people are successful and they don't do that, and they go 20 or 30 or 40 years. And I don't think that's base, but I think where a lot of people make a lot of mistakes. And I'm trying to explain to you is I really think it's based out of a lust based in the beginning. And I know you don't think you're lusting after somebody, but I'm trying to explain to you how that's more lust than really, You need to go outside. Oh. So, yeah, no, that's really important. Thank you. I've always heard that. And that is, I try to live by that in any relationship I've ever been with. If you can't lie with somebody at night, you're so angry that you got to sleep in separate beds or go angry. You got it. You need to squash that, and be able to have some kind of, that's why I think physical intimacy is very important too, brothers, sisters, that you have that. Don't ever try to fool and mess around with that, where people make a big mistake with that too. Oh, honey, I'm not giving you some unless you do this. You're not getting, now you're making it a game. And it's not a game. Should come naturally, no problem. Not, oh, I'm always asking, you're always, it just happens. And it's just a very fluid thing, I never had any issues in that department personally, but I know people do have a lot of struggle in that department as well. And that sucks because people, pull something from them and take it away. It's like it's a carrot on a string, dangling them there, letting them get it or pulling it away from them. That's a horrible thing to do. Somebody with your physical intimacy with somebody, taking that away from them. So going to bed angry is I frown on that as well. That's a really good advice. So, all right, guys, I'm not Dr. Phil. I don't have some kind of woman next to me, so don't take my advice on like this is the end all be all. But not Dr. Phil or anything. I just want to tell you, really, it did a lot of time. It was just very hard for my brain to wrap around that people could separate after having such a long commitment to somebody. So, but it happens, so be real, and I think that's where a lot of relationships separate after 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all those as well for that same reason. But I think sometimes, again, that's where it doesn't get discussed. And then people probably realize later, oh, shit, all I was truly is trying to do is be who I really was in the beginning, going back who I really wanted to be, because I just kind of fronted in the beginning. And then both people will do it. Like I said, both sexes do this, guys. Both man and women make this same mistake where both, man is made for, woman is made for man. We're meant to be together. We're not meant, God didn't create us not to, be with each other. That's why it's so hard for me sometimes to wake up. No, I'm not. I don't have no woman right next to me, so don't ask me. I'm not good at any. Don't take no advice from me. See her? She's not there, so don't take. I'm just telling you, studying what other people what I've seen. So, but anyways, it's important. More than anything, if I want you to get the big picture of what I'd like for you to take from this is that you really got to be yourself in the beginning. And so what if it doesn't happen for you and and it doesn't work out? You know what I'm saying? So what? Wouldn't it be better that you didn't go 10 years or 15 and then something like that happened? Find somebody who's equally yoked. You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, it's not how much you love somebody. Okay, here's good advice. Okay, this is good advice. And I'm not some doctor, okay, but listen, I don't care how much you love somebody. You can love somebody and let them sleep in your own house and not even let them sleep in the same bed with you. Love is something that just don't turn off like a light switch. It's not how much you love somebody, it's how much you can stand somebody. Tolerance, and still love the shit out of them. Now, there's those little things that might, and you can talk about, it's not a deal breaker. It's kind of, sometimes you kind of makes let them know who they are. It's tolerance, truly is. And I'm not saying you don't communicate. You can't, you're not supposed to change anybody. See what I'm saying? That's what love is. Love is tolerance. Love is not how much you can love somebody, it's how much you can stand somebody. That's what true love is, brothers, sisters. I know it. I do know that. I'd like to have that someday. I don't think I might be getting a little too old, but older couples meet each other. I'm not that damn old. If I shave my face, I don't look old, guys, but I do that because I want a woman to fall in love with my mind and not my body. That's just a bonus, that comes with it. So, um, anyways, all right, enough of this silly talk here, but I hope it's helpful that if any of you guys do have the chance and are blessed to enter into something new with somebody, that just be you, just be you, just be you. Let them see who you are, and if they don't like it, talk to them and don't change. If it's something you think you can budge a little, talk about it, but you can only change yourself, can't change anybody else. So I do think that is golden advice, though, for you guys to and that way you don't have to worry 6 months down the road to try to change who you are. They totally dig you for you. See, like, well, I don't like that little thing, but see, now you can just continue to be who you are. Just constantly, just organic. Then that's what I want is what I'm saying? Whatever. I'm never going to shave my beard ever again. Honestly, I don't think I am, just because I don't want anybody to ever look to fall in love for me for my looks. I date an ugly, butt ass ugly woman right now because she treat me like a king, and I tell her how beautiful she was every day. I would. I don't care. Looks wouldn't mean a damn thing to me right now. I'd have to be somewhat an attraction to her, be able to lie in bed with her. But I'm telling you, I'd rather have a woman treat me like I would rather want to be treated, not cheat on me, not lie to me, not steal, not do, you know what I'm saying, than to have looks. Looks aren't everything. So, seriously, I ain't kidding. It ain't about it's. I mean, obviously, you have to have an attraction, guys. Don't lose your mind there. I mean, we have to have an attraction to each other. So, um, but looks are not important to me as again that tolerance. Standing some. Enjoying somebody for who they are, and somebody liking me for who I am. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who likes me for me, not who I am. I had looks when I was younger, guys. I was pretty. Um, I had my dad's looks, and my dad was you know, a pretty good looking dude. I mean, he had some pretty beautiful girlfriends. Wow, you know. And I don't think I ever, when I was younger, didn't, I mean, I had some pretty attractive girlfriends. Attraction to me is something that's different too. I mean, attraction to me is like a one thing. I can only be attracted to one person. So, but um, I don't know. I was young, and looks were important back then to me, and I was stupid and an idiot. Looks don't matter. It's how somebody treats you what matters. So, like I said, yeah, that just comes with it. If you have somebody that's you're attracted to, it doesn't even matter. I'm seriously, guys. They could be butt ugly, and you could think they're so beautiful. Your friends are like, dude, what are you seeing her? You're like, oh my God, do you see how beautiful this woman is? It's like, no, I don't see it. You're like, I just can't be around her enough. This is the woman of my dreams. Love does that to you, brothers. And I'm not talking lust either. Love can do that to you. It'd make you blind as a bat, make you do things you'd never do. So careful with love too. Okay, love's another thing. So, all right, I'm starting to sound like Dr. Phil here. I better shut the hell up. I don't have a wife, a girlfriend. I've had some decent relationships, but I'm not one to sit here and shell out any advice because I don't have any buddy to speak of here at this time and space. So, Nice. So, okay, guys, was that fun? I was just trying to let it off on a little bit more easy note too. Like I said, I get so serious about the word. These are life experiences that we all probably have had, and things that we can all take from too as well. So, I love the gospel, but I also love talking about real things. It seems like hardly anybody is speaking reality anymore. So, I think these are real subjects that we covered here tonight. And thanks for being a part and conversating with me about them, because uh, I hope that if people ever get the chance, because I know there's other people like me who yearn to have a relationship with somebody and try to make a good relationship. Somebody heard this and said, wow, that now I don't listen out, spiritually I'm supposed to, believe no man, but that is some pretty solid. Okay, so just be me. If she likes me, great. And if not, I'll get her out of my hair sooner so I won't fall in love with her and have to have my heart broken sooner than later. Oh yeah, that's a lot easier to go through. uh, so you know what I'm saying? Just be you, okay? And try to do that same thing. Listen, seriously, seriously, seriously. This works both ways, guys. This works both ways. Try to have your relationship with the Lord the same way, guys. Please don't be fake with God. Don't try to put on a front, be somebody you're not, and be all nervous when you talk. I don't, however you say whatever just talk to them. Just communicate with them, okay? Seriously, that same thing, almost the same thing as I'm saying here, and have that same relationship with your Father. Should be very open, very forward, and organic. Make sense? Don't be fake with Him. Don't be somebody you're not. He knows. Be real with Him. Just be yourself the next time you talk to Him. I was intimidated for a lot of years in prayers. I don't say it right or whatever, but now I just talk to Him. You know what I'm saying? So make that same way. I know that sounds a little silly, but I'm telling you, He wants you to have not. It's not about religion. It is about. We just had a discussion about relationships. So I take a relationship to the Father. Now listen, I have a relationship with my Father every single day, and I have a good relationship. Okay, there's times He don't listen to me, but whatever. He knows what He's doing. I put all faith in Him. But He's there for me when nobody else is, guys. The whole world shuts me down. He's never left my side, ever. All, again, kind of the whole footprints. There's times no, He carried me. He carried me. So, okay? Seriously, guys, please, just have a normal relationship with Him, an organic relationship. Just talk to Him. Please don't be nervous. Please don't overdo it. Please just be organic with Him. And I guarantee you that voice that you've been hearing inside your head will be a lot clearer. Make sure you got to go to a dark place in secret, He says. And that's just so you're not in the broad way where there's a bunch of noise, because it's hard to hear that voice inside your head, especially if you don't have a regular relationship with Him. But if you'll get away from the broad way, the lights and the city and the sirens and the beeping and the honking, and it's quiet. That's why He said to go to a dark place in secret and pray. Find that place. That's what I'm saying. Find that organic place of rest so you're not nervous or you're not lethargic. Just be you. And I guarantee you that voice inside your head will be a lot louder, if you will. Yeah. There we go. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying He's there. And so if you'll just talk to Him, like we've been talking about some of this relationship advice where you're not trying to overdo it. You're just really trying to let the person see you for who you are. God already knows who you are. So the more organic, I bet you those hip campers are freaking out over there. They're probably not used to that many. You guys hear the coyotes. Poor hip campers out there probably freaking out in their tent. Oh, crap. They're probably losing their mind. You guys, I'm going to let my dogs out so they'll go bark at them. Go bark at them. Let me know why. Go run them off. coyotes. Let's see if we can take it around your side here so you can hear them. They're quiet now. All right, puppies, good job. They're not getting very loud. I brought the puppies out so they'll quiet down. I used to let the puppies run a lot further out here. The kennels went way farther out to the end of the property, but those all got taken out. So, but they still know when these dogs come out because they've been coming out here for almost 10 years. All right, good job, guys. Thank you. Come on, inside. Thank you. Come on, Tuggy, inside. Come on, Tuggy, inside. Those coyotes will not bother you. They won't come up into your tent. I don't know if those people hip camming. Oh my gosh, guys, the stars. I wish you could see this phone will not capture it, but it's a beautiful night for stars out here. See the moon over there. Well, they're getting the organic camping experience. They got coyotes going on every side of them. They won't bother you. The coyotes don't bother you. All right, guys, come on. Inside. Inside. Come on, guys. Inside. Doggy. We're going back in the cabin, guys. All right. All right, I'd take you guys out there or let the dogs do their thing here. So, a little shot of the wood stove here, a little shot of the cabin. This is the wood stove. We'll be burning this. Yeah, Mama Kitty's inside. So, a little shot of, there's where the whiteboard's at. I got the thing over the window, but a little shot of the inside of the cabin here. Kitty cage over there. All right. I go check on those poor hip campers. Imagine if you've never been out in the middle of the desert and you heard all those coyotes around. You probably think they were coming to eat you, knowing that coyotes bothered. Coyotes never bothered anybody. Even if you rolled up to a ball, they probably just come up and sniff you, you know. So they'd probably run away if you twitch. So, okay, guys, I love you. I'm gonna go spend a whole nother hour here. I'm a silly guy. All right, guys, whatever. We had a little conversation about, people being together for long times and equally yoked and being yourself. So it was a good conversation. Hope it's worth your time. It was worth mine. I love you guys. Links in the description if you want to support the channel. Always Agape. I'll see you on the next live stream. I am Revelation. I hope we brought some truth to you here tonight. I am Apocalypse. Always Agape. Whoa.